Chapter 88. Dr. Fan was very happy when he found out that Yun Sheng had successfully entered the Magic Academy and had even become a public student of the Magic Potion Department. The more time he spent with Yun Sheng, the more he found that this child was like a piece of unpolished jade. That day, the miraculous method of performing the craniotomy, as well as the talent she showed in medicine, made Dr. Fan realize that his many years of desire to combine ancient medicine and magic was likely to be realized by Yun Sheng. Leave your father's matter to me for the time being. You only need to concentrate on cultivating magic in the Magic Academy. Here is a book of my many years of experience in alchemy. There are some prescriptions inside that you can use to practice. It also records the cultivation method of Dream Cloud Ice Sleep. When Dr. Fan found out that Yun Sheng was going to stay in the Royal Magic Academy, he went out to buy a few sets of new clothes and shoes. He also gave Yun Sheng an extra 50 silver coins. Dream Cloud Ice Sleep was a set of special water magic that was a fusion of Dr. Fan's ancient medicine and magic. Although it didn't have any offensive effects, it was easy to learn and understand. After a night of comprehension, Yun Sheng had basically grasped the trick of Dream Cloud Ice Sleep. Yun Sheng didn't know that Dream Cloud Ice Sleep wasn't easy to comprehend. Otherwise, Dr. Fan wouldn't have spent more than 10 years to comprehend this special magic. But because Yun Sheng had a 5-elemental magic spirit, her concentration was much higher than normal people's. Her ability to comprehend magic was 10 times or even 10 times stronger than normal people. The biggest benefit of learning Dream Cloud Ice Sleep was that Yun Sheng accidentally discovered that Dream Cloud Ice Sleep could be used on herself. Under the effect of Dream Cloud Ice Sleep, she could enter a state of deep meditation at any time. Her ability to comprehend magic elements and recover magic power was also better. She could even maintain a good state at night without sleeping. After everything was ready, Yun Sheng prepared to go to the Royal Magic Academy. Just as she left the medical hall, she saw Wenren Xiu driving a very imposing carriage outside the medical hall. "Little thing, I'm here to send you to the Royal Magic Academy." Wenren Xiu had a smile on her face. As a noble, Wenren Xiu had long heard of the inequality in the Royal Magic Academy. He came to pick up Yun Sheng because he wanted to tell the people in the Magic Academy that Yun Sheng was not someone without a background. She had Wenren Xiu and the Huangting hunting team behind her. How could Yun Sheng not understand Wenren Xiu's thoughts? Her heart was filled with warmth. However, Wenren Xiu's carriage, which was as ostentatious as himself, was too high profile. Yun Sheng didn't like this style. Wenren Xiu saw Xiao He following behind Yun Sheng, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He did not forget the last time Xiao He fought against Boss Feng. Wenren Xiu had never understood why Yun Sheng was such a good little girl. Why were all the magical beasts around her so strange? The egg that had cried so much earlier and the dog that looked like a wolf cub were not to be trifled with. Oh well, the little thing did not look like someone who was easy to bully. Yun Sheng declined Wenren Xiu's offer to send her. She carried her own luggage and brought Xiao He to the Royal Magic Academy. Although it was the second time Yun Sheng had been to the Jade Capital Magic Academy, she only had a glimpse of it. She did not have time to look at the scenery and buildings in the Magic Academy. This time, she came to enroll in the academy and stopped along the way. Finally, she had the chance to see the Jade Capital Magic Academy that the Zhou State's royal family spent a lot of money to build. The Royal Magic Academy was vast. It was surrounded by small hills, forming a natural basin. The Magic Academy was located in the middle of the basin. It was warm in spring and cool in summer. It was the best place to avoid the summer heat. All kinds of rare trees and flowers were planted around the academy. The buildings here were not as monotonous as other places. There were tower-shaped stone buildings and wooden pavilions. However, the most eye-catching building was a huge tower that stood in the center of the academy. The appearance of the tower was very similar to the Western Clock Tower that Yun Sheng had seen before. However, the tower was a few stories tall. The tower was made of stone. Yunxing noticed that the foundation of the tower was engraved with different magic arrays. Just by getting close to the tower, Yunxing could feel the rich magic elements around the tower. From the signboard of the Magic Academy, the name of the building was called the Central Magic Tower. Beside the Central Magic Tower, there was a huge man-made magic array that emitted rich magic elements. Yunsheng was sure that the magic elements in the Central Magic Tower were several times stronger than the outside world. Yunsheng was very interested in the Central Magic Tower. However, she had to get to the public students' dormitory before nightfall to meet her magic mentor, Mary. Yunsheng could not stay in the vicinity. Just as Yunsheng was about to turn around and go directly to the public students' dormitory, she heard a begging sound from the side of the forest. The begging sound was somewhat familiar. This voice. It was Gufeng. Yunsheng went around to the side of the forest and saw 4 or 5 students wearing intermediate mage robes. One of them was wearing a mage robe embroidered with golden threads and holding a walking stick in each hand. Song Jie. That's my magic scepter. Give it back to me, Gufeng, a public student, said with a red face. After returning to the Magic Academy, he did not dare to tell Mentor Mary about him being bullied. He also did not dare to say that his newly bought magic scepter was missing. But today, when Gufeng was preparing to go to the Central Magic Tower to practice, he accidentally ran into Song Jie and his companions who had trampled him that day. Song Jie was holding 2 magic scepters in his hands. One of them was the one that Gufeng had bought not long ago. Gufeng, you said that this lousy magic scepter is yours. Then come and take it from me. Use your light magic to attack me. Why don't you dare? If you don't dare, then kneel down and call me Uncle Song. Then bark like a dog and I'll give it back to you. Song Jie and his group laughed loudly. Gufeng had only bought a magic scepter made from the bones of a 10-year-old beast. There was not even a single soul stone on it. Only a poor kid like Gufeng would treat it like a treasure and hide it. What kind of rare light mage was this? A poor kid was a poor kid. He should not have appeared in the Royal Magic Academy. You bully me too much. I. Gufeng clenched his fat fists together, and a trace of red surged in his eyes. You what? Are you going to go back and complain to Teacher Mary? Or are you going to find Poison Brat to avenge you? Don't forget, your potion department has always been defeated by our combat department. If not for your Teacher Mary being proficient in the art of poison, she would have been kicked out of the Magic Academy long ago. Song Jie and his group were young, but their hearts were very bad. They insulted Gufeng and even wanted to break the magic scepter. Suddenly, Gufeng felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. He wiped it with his hand and found blood on the back of his head. Damn it, who sneaked an attack on me? Who said I sneaked an attack? This is an open fight. A small figure stepped out. Chapter 89. When Gufeng heard the voice of the person who had come, his face lit up with joy. However, he immediately rushed forward like a little man and protected Yunsheng, who had appeared out of nowhere. He stuttered, "Why did you sneak in? Run. These people are not good people. I'm here." Although he said that, Gufeng's chubby little legs were still trembling as he protected Yunsheng. It was obvious that he was very scared. Seeing him protect her like a little hen, Yunsheng instantly felt a sense of exasperation. However, at the same time, she felt a sense of warmth in her heart. This little fatty was really loyal. Are you holding me up, or are you next to me? I didn't sneak in. I'm a new public student. I'm also a member of Magic Group 13 like you. Yunsheng couldn't help but sigh at the little fatty's courage. However, acting like a hero was obviously not suitable for him. Ah. You're that brat. Gufeng was shocked. Another public student. Why would a bunch of poor people want to learn magic? Song Jia and the others mocked Yun Sheng when they saw her ordinary clothes and luggage. Let's show these two reckless public students the power of the combat department. They pulled out their magic scepters and pointed them at Yun Sheng and Gufeng. A battle between mages naturally had to be fought using magic. Song Jia had a total of 3 people, and each of them had a magic scepter in their hands. Yun Sheng was the only one on her side. Gufeng didn't have a magic scepter, so he could only be counted as one of the 3 people. However, Yun Sheng didn't think that she would lose. Because Song Jia and the others were only mages, they needed time to chant before they could cast magic. Xiao Hei. Just as Song Jia and the others finished chanting and were about to cast their magic attacks, their surroundings suddenly turned dark. Before they could figure out why the sky suddenly turned dark, Song Jia and the others were instantly flustered. For a moment, the red fireball attacks, the green wind scythes, and the blue water arrows flew in the dark. It was very lively. Gufeng, who was pressed to the ground by Yun Sheng, could only hear the screams. Ouch, who set my clothes on fire? My butt got hit by an arrow. My hair. When Xiao Hei's battle technique ended, there were already 3 living corpses lying on the ground. When Gufeng saw this, his mouth was wide open. These combat magic students were really pitiful. They were only junior students who had just joined the Magic Royal Academy. They had only learned basic offensive magic, but none of them knew defensive magic. Song Jia seemed to have been hit by a big fireball. His whole body was burned black. As for the other 2, one of them had his hair shaved messily by the wind scythes, as if he had been bitten by a dog. The other person's butt had a big hole directly shot by a water arrow. This incident has taught us that magic is dangerous and we need to be careful when using it. Yun Sheng grinned, the dimples on the side of her mouth rippling. Beside her was a Xiao Hei dog. No one knew when it appeared, but its expression was almost the same as Yun Sheng's, strange and evil. Gufeng clicked his tongue. He must be seeing things. How could a magical beast show a smile like a human? The smile of a human and a beast fell into Gufeng's eyes, but he felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing that they were unconscious on the ground and had long lost consciousness, Yun Sheng unceremoniously rummaged through their bodies. You. What are you doing? Gufeng finally recovered from the violent incident just now. When he saw Yun Sheng acting like a bandit, he was scared out of his wits. Of course I'm looking for something. They broke your magic scepter. We have to find some compensation. Do you really think that suffering a loss is a blessing? Hey, what's this thing? Yun Sheng took out a beautiful card from Song Jia's arms. The card was cold to the touch, as if it was made of water. In the middle of the card, there was a drawing of the Central Magic Tower. That's a junior magic card. There should be 5 water magic performance points on the card. The students can use the performance points to exchange for training time in the magic tower. When he saw the card, Gufeng showed a look of envy. Because his personal performance was too poor, even though he had been here for almost 2 months, his Magic Medicine Group 13 had never had the chance to enter the Central Magic Tower to train. Although he did not know what this thing was for, seeing that Song Jia kept it close to him, it must be something good. Yun Sheng unceremoniously took the magic card. She then weighed the money bag on Song Jia's body. There were 30 to 40 silver coins and 2 gold coins in it. Looking at this kid's clothes and the magic scepter he used, she knew that this kid's family was not bad. This magic scepter is not bad. Unfortunately, it's made of the bones of a water element magical beast. It does not match your element and will affect your magic. But the soul stone on it is not bad. Dig it out. Since Song Jia broke Gufeng's magic scepter, Yun Sheng did not hesitate to destroy his magic scepter. Song Jia's 2 followers didn't have as much money on hand. They only found a few dozen silver coins. This is not good. Song Jia's family is a high-ranking official. His sister, Song Xiangru, is a member of the Magic Combat Association. She is very powerful. Gufeng was worried. It was not a big deal that his magic scepter was destroyed, but he did not want Yunsheng to provoke the Magic Combat Association as soon as she entered the Magic Academy. In the Royal Magic Academy, there were many clubs and associations. Most of the leaders and second-in-command were intermediate students. They not only knew beginner magic, but also intermediate magic. Among them, the Magic Combat Association had the most members and power. They also had the most members. Song Jie's sister, Song Xiangru, was one of the main members of the Magic Combat Association. Therefore, as a beginner student, Song Jie could bully others without restraint. Among them, the beginner students of the Magic Potion Department who were not good at combat magic were the ones who were bullied the most. If he has the ability, he can call his sister over. Let his sister beat her sister, let his father beat his father, and after beating one, he will beat the whole family. Don't look so bitter. After all this trouble just now, my time to report to the public student dormitory has been delayed. Hurry up and take me there. Yunsheng urged Gufeng. What Yunsheng didn't know was that it was because of her unintentional fight this time that the Magic Potion Department and the Magic Combat Department would be locked in a stalemate and battle for the next 2 years. It wasn't until that incident that the situation eased up a little. Yunsheng was not worried about whether or not Song Jie would take revenge on her. She was worried about how Professor Mary, whose temper was like a fighting bull, would react when she found out that she was late on the first day of reporting. Yunsheng had only seen Mary once. If she remembered correctly, her female magic tutor's temper was not very good. Yunsheng's guess was not wrong at all. Mary was indeed fuming at this moment. Damned brat. Late on the first day of reporting. See if I don't teach you a lesson later. Don't think that just because you were brought here by Feng Kuo, I won't dare to lay my hands on you. Today, I will let you see what I, Mary, can do. A treacherous smile crossed Mary's beautiful face. Chapter 90. Most of the public students in the Royal Magic Academy were boys and girls around the age of 10. Because the students were generally young, there were no more than 20 or 30 of them. Because most of the public students were not wealthy and came from remote mountain villages, they could not afford the high tuition and miscellaneous fees. Therefore, the academy directly allocated 2 spacious rooms for the public students to live in. In the 2 rooms, there were only beginner students. When Yunsheng asked why there were no intermediate students from Gufeng, she learned that intermediate students would no longer be public students. Intermediate students in the Royal Magic Academy were at least archmages. They could already go outside to be hunters or family magicians. They did not need to worry about tuition. The Royal Magic Academy's duration of study was 10 years. For example, a 6-year-old magician who was recruited could only study in the Royal Magic Academy for a maximum of 5 years. Within these 10 years, the student had to pass the intermediate magic examination. If they could not pass the intermediate student's examination, they would be expelled from the academy. Every year, only 60% of the students passed the intermediate student's examination. The intermediate students who passed the examination could choose to continue to stay in the academy until they graduated. They could also strive to enter the elite camp of the 5 countries. Because the threshold of the elite camp of the 5 countries was too high, almost no intermediate students in the Royal Magic Academy could reach it. If they continued to study in the academy, they would not be able to learn more advanced magic. Therefore, most of the intermediate students would choose to leave early and go to other countries. They would go to more outstanding magic academies or magic arenas to further their studies. Such a situation was even more common among the public students. Those intermediate students who could endure years of bullying and humiliation could no longer bear the hardship. After they became intermediate students, they would immediately leave the Magic Academy. On the contrary, those intermediate students who came from well-off families would choose to continue to use the resources of the magic tower in the center of the academy to continue their studies. This was why Gufeng said that there were no intermediate students among the public students. When Yunsheng and Gufeng arrived at the public students' dormitory, the sky was already half dark. As soon as they entered the dormitory, they saw more than 10 lattice beds that were similar to bunk beds. A group of children around the age of 10 were standing in the dormitory. When they saw Gufeng, they all revealed expressions of disdain. Even among the public students, they were divided into different grades and grades. The public students of the combat department had always considered themselves to be superior to the public students of the potion department. Moreover, Gufeng was infamous for being a good-for-nothing in the potions department. A few days ago, they had heard that a public student from the potions department had joined them. Yunsheng and Gufeng had come in together. Everyone immediately understood that Yunsheng was the new public student. She was so skinny and small, and she even brought a dog in. "Newcomer, you are not allowed to keep animals in the dormitory." Among the public students, the oldest one, Mo Ting, walked over and gave Yunsheng a shove. Who would have thought that when he gave her a push, the weak-looking little girl in front of him actually didn't move at all, as if she was nailed to the ground. "Xiao Hei isn't an animal. She's my battle pet." Yunsheng glared at Mo Wu. She could sense that the public student in front of her had ill intentions. As she spoke, Yunsheng suddenly lowered her body and grabbed his joints. With a beautiful backhand twist, she pushed him away. Mo Ting stumbled and fell to the ground awkwardly. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this new student was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts? No, that couldn't be right. She looked skinny and small, completely different from the tall and muscular martial arts students. After dismissing the possibility that Yunsheng was a martial arts student, Mo Ting immediately got up. He pulled out his magic scepter and began to chant. A new student actually dared to offend him, the second in command of the public students. After all, other than that evil brat, no one else dared to offend him. Following Mo Ting's incantation, his magic scepter began to emit sizzling purplish-blue lightning. A secondary lightning magician. Yunsheng didn't back down and pulled out her magic scepter. She quickly chanted, and several earth spikes emerged from the ground. Mo Ting was so frightened that he stumbled back a few steps. The spell was forced to stop. How could she chant so fast? Mo Ting was not satisfied. Just as he was about to chant a second time, the entire dormitory suddenly fell silent. Even Mo Ting didn't make a sound. A ghostly figure floated into the dormitory. It was a person wearing a green cloak. Apart from a pair of glowing green eyes, Yunsheng couldn't see what he looked like. She couldn't even tell his gender. In the dormitory, apart from Yunsheng, no one noticed when this person came in. It was as if he was a gust of wind. By the time you felt the chill, he had already brushed past you. When Gufeng saw the person who came, his face, which was originally pale from fright, immediately regained its color as if it was filled with blood. "Chi. It's good that you're back. Mo Ting wants to bully Yunsheng. I forgot to introduce. Yunsheng is the new public student. She's the kind person I mentioned to you earlier. She's a new member of our magic medicine group 13, Gufeng stuttered, but the person completely ignored him. He walked in front of Yunsheng and handed a brand new quilt to Yunsheng. Teacher Mary asked me to give this to you. Yunsheng curiously glanced at Qi, trying to see his real face under the cloak. Yunsheng was about to take a closer look when she suddenly felt a chill. Under the cloak, the pair of glowing green eyes flashed with disgust and warning. "Stare at me. What are you so arrogant for? How dare a little kid stare at me?" Yunsheng was furious. She didn't care how powerful this kid named Qi was in the public student dormitory, or whether he was a member of her group. If he dared to stare at her, she wasn't afraid of him. Yunxing didn't take the quilt and simply stared back at Qi. The two of them were petrified. Black eyes met green eyes, neither of them willing to back down. This made Gufeng very anxious. The little fatty hurriedly squeezed between the two of them and tried to persuade them. Yunxing. Qi doesn't like people staring at him. He looks a little weird. But he's actually a very nice person. He always helps me in class. You two should get along well. It's a new quilt. Teacher Mary is so unfair. Gufeng hurriedly stepped forward and took the quilt from Qi's hands. Unexpectedly, just as Gufeng was about to take it, the magic scepter in Yunxing's hand hit Gufeng's hand. Gufeng winced in pain. After being hit by Yunxing's magic scepter, he immediately withdrew his hand that touched the quilt. The seemingly brand new quilt was also loosened and thrown to the ground. The quilt fell apart, and some fine powder spread out from it. If you don't want to wake up early tomorrow morning with your hand crippled, then don't touch that quilt. Yunxing covered her mouth and nose and kicked the quilt away with her foot. This public student was not simple. As she scolded him, a strange look flashed across Qi's green eyes under the cloak. Chapter 91. Gufeng's hand was slapped away by Yunxing's magic wand. Before he could react, he glanced at the quilt on the ground. What's wrong with the quilt given by Teacher Mary? It's a new quilt. The quilt given to public students in the dormitory is made of old cotton wool, dirty. It's rare for Teacher Mary to be so considerate. But soon, Gufeng understood what Yunxing meant. Just now, although Yunxing moved quickly, but Gufeng still accidentally touched the quilt. On his arm, there was a change, a strand of pig hair drilled out. Ah 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 ah, Gufeng screamed incessantly, but in a flash, on the inner side of his arms where the quilt touched his skin, pig hair drilled out. This quilt has been tampered with, it seems to be some kind of special magic medicine. It smells like some kind of magical beast. Yunxing lifted the quilt with her scepter and carefully sniffed it. Magic medicine is different from ancient medicine, it studies the fusion of magic and medicine. If there was medicine, it would naturally be poisonous. However, there were also some magic apothecaries who would use the blood of magical beasts to refine poison. Unfortunately, Yunxing and Gufeng's magic teacher, Mary, were very interested in the latter. Oh no, it must be. Teacher Mary, recently, developed a beast poison. Gufeng was very anxious. He was already fat, if he grew pig hair, he would really become a pig. If he went out, he would be laughed at. Hearing Gufeng's words, Yunxing already understood what was going on. It seems that her being late on the first day had already angered the hot-tempered Teacher Mary. She sent someone to deliver this quilt to teach Yunxing a lesson. Who knew that Gufeng was so unlucky to be poisoned by beast poison? That's not right, you just touched the quilt and you were poisoned, then how come he's fine? Yunxing pointed at Abandon who was standing leisurely at the side. Abandon's physique is very special. He is immune to all poisons. Gufeng looked at the thick black pig hair on his hand with worry. With Abandon's appearance, the conflict between the public students was temporarily put aside. Yunxing carefully studied the beast blood poison in Gufeng's hands and discovered that it was a completely new type of poison. It was completely different from the finished medicine she had come into contact with. According to Gufeng, this was a special magic medicine that was refined using magic, and only Teacher Mary had the antidote. Yunxing walked around the dormitory and found that the upper and lower lattice booths were basically full. Only the upper bunk of that enigmatic cloaked public student was empty. I'll sleep here. Do you have any objections? Yunxing directly threw her luggage onto the upper bunk, not caring about the cold expression on her face. On her first night at the Magic Academy, Yunxing slept soundly. Early the next morning, Yunxing followed Gufeng to find Teacher Mary. That person called Abandon had disappeared early in the morning. If she had not heard the even breathing of the lower bunk when she slept last night, Yun Sheng would have thought that he had not been in the dormitory at all last night. "It's you." Mary finally saw the legendary brat, the new public student Yun Sheng. She quickly recognized that Yun Sheng was the girl who had sent Gufeng over that day. "Teacher Mary, thank you for the quilt yesterday." Yun Sheng smiled innocently, but Gufeng spread his hands pitifully. "Why are you the one who gets poisoned every time?" Teacher Mary did not know whether to laugh or cry. She then took out her magic scepter. "Fire spirit, detoxify." Yun Sheng noticed that the magic scepter in Teacher Mary's hand shone with a gentle flame when she chanted. The flame was different from the strong flames that Yun Sheng usually saw. When the flame appeared, a fire spirit appeared in the magic. The spirit flapped its wings and landed on Gufeng's arm. In the flame, the detoxification technique had just taken effect and the black hair on Gufeng's hand immediately became shorter and thinner. Finally, it fell off, and Gufeng's hand returned to its white and fat state. That was the purifying fire of the elves. Because the magic scepter had been blessed by the elves, its magic attributes had changed to a certain extent. Mary was also the only master of magic in Zhou state who could detoxify the poison with fire magic instead of light magic. "How did you find out that I had tampered with the quilt?" After retracting the magic scepter, Mary's anger dissipated. At least from the current reaction, she had finally recruited a normal student. Her appearance was quite pleasant, and she was also a dual-element mage. Putting aside the relationship with Feng Kuo, this girl looked very smart and had quick reactions. Compared to Gufeng and the autistic patient, she was much better. What Teacher Mary was curious about was how Yun Sheng found out that although her animal transformation medicine was only a semi-finished product, it was colorless and odorless after her own refinement. "I smelled it. Maybe it's because I've been studying medicine since I was a child, but I'm very sensitive to all kinds of smells. Although the quilt was new, the smell I smelled was not the smell of cotton." Yun Sheng rubbed her nose. For a doctor who often needed to dispense medicine, it was necessary to be able to keenly detect different smells. "Oh, you're a doctor. But a doctor came to learn magic potions?" Mary looked puzzled. "Ancient medicine and magic potions don't conflict." Yun Sheng shrugged. "Not bad, you're very opinionated. Since that's the case, let's officially get to know each other. I'm Mary, a master of fire and wind magic. I specialize in magic healing." Mary liked Yun Sheng's straightforward personality very much. "I heard from Qi that kid that your magic talent is very good, and your chanting ability is very fast." Yun Sheng glanced at Qi. That green-eyed kid had popped out again. It seemed that he had already told Mary about what happened at the public student dormitory yesterday. "That's because of my magic scepter," Yun Sheng said as she took out her magic scepter. When she saw Yun Sheng's magic scepter, Mary was surprised at first. Because she could see at a glance that Yun Sheng's magic scepter was actually made of a non-elemental magical beast soul bone. For a beginner mage, a magical beast soul bone without magic enhancement was undoubtedly very disadvantageous. But when she saw the blessing of the wind spirit on Yun Sheng's magic scepter, her surprise turned into shock. She quietly pulled Yun Sheng to the side and asked, "You have a multi-elemental magic soul?" Yun Sheng couldn't help but be vigilant. She had never revealed that she had a multi-elemental magic soul in front of others. Now, only that night fox and her unconscious father Yun Sanghai knew that she had a multi-elemental magic soul. How did Teacher Mary find out? Seeing Yun Sheng's vigilant expression, Teacher Mary also guessed most of it. "You don't have to be nervous, I guessed it because I saw the blessing of the wind spirit on your magic scepter." Only people who had received the blessing of the elves knew how picky the elves were. Only mages who were really close to them had the chance to gain their favor. Just as Mary was about to continue asking, a burst of chaotic footsteps sounded. A few students from the fighting department and a mage with an unkind expression walked over angrily. Chapter 92. The person in the lead was Tsang Song, an instructor from the Magic Combat Academy. Behind him were two dispirited combat magic students. They were Song Jia and the others who had been robbed clean after being taught a lesson by Yun Sheng yesterday. Yun Sheng had expected them to come for revenge, but she hadn't expected them to be so cowardly as to complain to her instructor. It wasn't that Song Jia and the others were cowards, but that the three combat students who had bullied Gufeng yesterday were from Combat Team 6. After being taught a lesson yesterday, other than the unlucky one who had been hit in the butt by a water arrow and was still bedridden in the infirmary, the other two could only go to class with disheveled hair. Who knew that when it was Song Jia's turn to practice, Sang Song would find that his magic was not up to standard. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the soul stone on Song Jia's magic scepter was missing. Sang Song immediately questioned the two, only to find out that his combat Team 6 had been taught a lesson by the useless potions Team 13. Since when did people from the potioneering department dare to bully people from the combat department? Sang Song was famous in the academy for being narrow-minded. He was someone who would take revenge twice over. His students had been bullied, so he naturally couldn't take it lying down. Thus, he brought the two students with him and came knocking on the door. Smelly, unbearably smelly. I was wondering where the stench came from so early in the morning. So it's because someone has come knocking on our door with a foul face. Instructor Mary saw the aggressive approach and knew that it wasn't anything good. She didn't take Sang Song seriously, and with a wave of her hand, her three students stepped aside. She walked up alone to confront Sang Song. Mary, hand over Yunsheng and Gufeng. They were the ones who ambushed my students yesterday. Sang Song had the face of a horse. Like all magicians, he was thin and weak, and had a sickly complexion due to the lack of sunlight. When he saw Mary's delicate and beautiful face, a lustful light flashed in his eyes. Attack? Sang Song, your students are all idiots. Don't tell me you're as stupid as them. Do you think the potion department students have the ability to ambush the combat department students? Mary chuckled as she spoke. Her beautiful eyes wandered over Song Jia and the others. TSK, how could they be so gentle? If it were her, she would definitely burst their chrysanthemums. They would definitely be bedridden for half a month. You don't want to admit it? I knew you wouldn't admit it. Who doesn't know that your potioneering department likes to hide your heads and show your tails? Who knows what kind of despicable poison you used? Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to mount a successful sneak attack. Not only did they ambush Song Jia, they even dug out the soul stone and a basic magic power card from his magic scepter. If you don't hand it over, I'll report this matter to the academy. For a magician of the combat department, without a soul stone, the power of the magic scepter was greatly reduced. Being humiliated was a small matter. What was important was the soul stones and the beginner magic power cards. Song Jia's family background was not bad, and his talent for cultivation was considered average. However, his family had high hopes for him and Song Xianru, so they had secretly given Sang Song many benefits. Sang Song had spent a lot of effort to help Song Jia gain the upper hand in a few combat classes and obtain a basic water magic power card. Who knew that before the card could even warm up, it would be snatched away by Yunsheng? When Mary heard this, she began to think. Due to Gufeng, Group 13's grades had always been at the bottom of the potioneering department. The group's performance points were already very low. If they were deducted at this rate, they would probably be punished by the academy during the semester assessment. Yes, I was the one who dug out the soul stone. That was also because Song Jia broke Gufeng's magic scepter first. Moreover, we didn't even do anything yesterday. The magic injuries on their bodies were all caused by themselves. It's good to report it to the academy and see who bullied who. Seeing Gufeng's sullen face, Yunsheng was afraid that this kid would ruin things, so she took the initiative to speak up. When Sang Song heard this, his face became even more gloomy. In fact, he had known about this for a long time. As a master magician, how could he not know how the magic injuries on the students were caused? The magic injuries on the three of them were all caused by each other's magic. If this matter was brought to the academy and their injuries were examined, they would not be able to defend themselves. If Tsang Song could see it, how could Mary not see it? Song Jie's arm had scars from fire magic, and the other kid's hair was obviously cut off by wind scythe. Humph, how can that poor kid's magic scepter be compared to Song Jie's? Moreover, you took the magic power card. Tsang Song also felt that he was somewhat in the wrong, but he had to get the magic power card back. However, on behalf of Mentor Mary, I will not pursue the matter of the soul stone. However, the magic power card will follow the rules of the academy. If there is a dispute, it will be settled through combat. If you win, the magic power card will belong to you. If you lose, we will hand over the magic power card with both hands. In the Magic Academy, private fights were not allowed. However, when there was a dispute in the academy or in a group, the academy allowed the dispute to be resolved through combat in order to resolve it. Regardless of the final outcome, both parties were not allowed to have any disputes. Tsang Song's suggestion sounded very dignified, but in reality, it was obviously malicious. Everyone knew that in terms of magic combat, the combat faculty was much better than the potioneering faculty. Take Song Jie for example. Yesterday, they had been attacked by their own magic in the dark, and that was why they had lost their composure. If it had been a real battle, Tsang Song had absolute confidence that the freshman and Gufeng, who was at the bottom of the rankings, would not have had a chance of winning. Combat. Mentor Mary muttered. Yes, a 2-on-1 combat. One of my students is injured, so this time, Song Jie and Qin Zhao will fight. Naturally, you will also have to send out the two students who had a conflict with them yesterday. Tsang Song was very cunning, and he simply avoided abandon. If there was anyone in Mary's trash group, it would be abandon, who had a ghostly aura and wore a cloak all year round. Therefore, Tsang Song directly picked Yunsheng and Gufeng, the two soft-footed shrimps. This time, the combat group 6 would be able to completely crush the magic potion group 13. Mei Li glanced at Yunsheng and saw that not only was there no fear on her little face, she even revealed an innocent smile. For some reason, when Mary saw that smile, she felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. That's right, every time he wanted to oppress someone, he would be like this little girl, revealing a bewildering smile. Yunsheng was a multi-elemental magician and possessed a magic scepter blessed by the elves. Hopefully, this little girl's performance would satisfy her. Alright, it's settled then. Abandon, lend your magic scepter to Gufeng. You too, you must win and must not lose. Otherwise, you will be served with the beast transformation medicine. Mei Li took a step back. Under the cloak, Qi's green eyes darkened when he saw Yunsheng's dazzling smile. He pulled out a green magic scepter and tossed it to Gufeng. Thank you Su Su, Ah Meng, and Qin Kuang for your tips. I'll update later. Sigh, why does it feel like there's a ghost haunting me? No one is watching my feet. Chapter 93. Abandon's magic scepter was very strange. As soon as it touched Gufeng's hand, the scepter suddenly twisted and directly wrapped itself around Gufeng's hand. Gufeng only felt a chill in his hand, and his fat face immediately turned red and white. How was that a magic scepter? It was clearly a living snake. Yunsheng also saw clearly that Abandon's magic scepter was different from the rest. It was actually a smoky green scaled snake as thick as a thumb. The scaled snake's eyeballs were the same color as Abandon's. He actually used a living magic beast as a magic scepter. And it was a magic snake without any natural attributes. When they saw that magic scepter, both Song Jie and Roland shuddered. It was that magic snake scepter. Abandon's magic snake scepter was famous among all the beginner students. But in fact, among the real students, there were only a few times that they had actually seen him use the magic snake scepter. Because he was a public student, and because Abandoned wore a cloak all day long, when he first arrived at the Magic Academy, there were always people bullying him in magic combat classes under various pretexts. Among them, most of them were from the Magic Combat Department. But Abandoned was different from Gufeng. After being bullied once, that kid only said, "First time." The second time was still in Magic Combat class. Abandoned said, "The second time." The third time was also in Magic Combat class, and it was still that Combat Department student who often bullied Abandoned. That time, Abandoned made his move. In the presence of the combat instructor, Abandoned directly used his magic scepter. The scene at that time, anyone who saw it would never forget. Abandoned chanted at an astonishing speed, and his magic scepter crawled out, spitting out a cloud of green mist. In just a breath's time, that student's body turned into a pool of pus, and not even bones were left. That combat instructor didn't even have time to stop it. After that class, no one dared to bully Abandoned anymore. Teacher Mary was called over, and after being severely reprimanded, she was fined a whole year's salary. However, Abandoned wasn't held responsible. Instead, the school came forward and explained the matter as a teaching accident. In the end, the matter was settled with a compensation of 10,000 purple coins. Because of this, some people secretly discussed that Chi's identity was not simple, but that was only behind his back. No one dared to offend Chi again. This was also the reason why everyone in the public student dormitory had a look of avoidance when they saw Abandoned. Miss Melly obviously knew this as well. When it came to combat, she was more worried about Gufeng, which was why she had asked Abandoned to lend her the magic snake staff. With the protection of the magic snake staff, Gufeng could protect himself even if he was no match for Song Jia and the others. Gufeng knew his own strength, so even though he was afraid of Abandoned's magic snake staff, he still held it tightly in his hand. The two mage instructors chose the arena. To a mage, a battle was a contest of magic. Song Jia and the others believed that with Tsang Song around, the other party would not be able to use any despicable tricks. As soon as the two parties stood still, they immediately started chanting. Song Jia and the others were only halfway through their chanting when Yunxing agilely waved her magic scepter, and a fireball exploded toward them. So fast. With the blessing of the wind spirit, Yunxing's chanting time was much faster than ordinary mages, and the second chanting time was also very fast. She agilely waved her magic scepter, and the fireball flew in a beautiful arc. The fireball was burning fiercely, and it accurately hit Song Jia with every hit. Song Jia and Qin Zhao were students of the Magic Combat Department after all. The two of them had worked together many times in combat classes, and they had great chemistry. They both knew that with Gufeng's magic snake staff in hand, they would not dare to attack rashly. As long as they caught this freshman called Yunsheng, they could force Gufeng to beg for mercy. However, they didn't expect this freshman's chanting speed to be so fast. As Song Jia dodged, he quickly shot out a water arrow. As the water and fire collided, the fireball was immediately extinguished. Qin Zhao saw an opening, and the wind sickle broke through the air like a crescent moon, and the cold wind approached Yunsheng. Even if Yunsheng's second chanting speed was fast, it would be too late for the two of them to attack from both sides. Yunsheng. Be careful. Gu Feng held the magic snake staff in fear and trepidation. He braced himself and rushed forward, using his body to receive the wind sickle. The magic snake staff in Gu Feng's hand suddenly moved. It raised its small snake head and spat out a cloud of green fog. The color of the green fog was very similar to the wind sickle, but the moment the wind sickle entered the green fog, it immediately dispersed. The moment the green fog appeared, Gufeng's eyes flashed with poison, and a water arrow pierced into Gufeng's back. Almost at the same time, Yunsheng's second chanting was completed. Spikes emerged from the ground and pierced the back of Song Jie's and Qin Zhao's legs. Their feet were immediately covered in blood. Stop! The situation of the battle suddenly changed. Song Song's expression changed drastically. He jumped up, and the magic staff in his hand emitted a yellow light. A flickering earth elemental 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 earth. Don't think I'll let it go after you hurt someone. I'll beat up whoever comes at me. The soul stone on Yunxing's magic staff shone brightly, and her pitch-black eyes seemed to be dyed red. A powerful fire element quickly condensed on the magic scepter. Boom! A fiery explosion was produced and exploded on the earth shield. The earth shield shook a few times and broke into pieces. Song Jia and Qin Zhao, who were protected by the earth shield, were scalded by the scorching fire element and rolled on the ground. At such a critical moment, Yunxing actually learned an intermediate fire spell, Fiery Explosion. Yunxing had also seen her father, Yun Sanghai, use the same flame explosion before. However, when Yun Sanghai used it, its power covered the sky and covered the earth. It was completely capable of burning Song and Qin into ashes. However, Yunxing's first use of fiery explosion was effective, and it shattered Song Song's earth shield. One had to know that Song Song was a master magician. Even a beginner-level earth shield would have a great defensive effect. Song Song was embarrassed that his earth shield was shattered by a student's spell. Moreover, his two students were severely injured, and it seemed that they would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Mary, how dare you hide your student's abilities? She knows an intermediate fire spell, Fiery Explosion. She's not a new student. Song Song was furious, and pushed all the blame on Mary for hiding the truth. Mary was also surprised, but she quickly smiled. It's not up to me to say whether she's a new student or not. It's Yunxing's first day in my group, and I haven't even tested her basic abilities yet. How can I hide anything from her? If you have any questions, you can ask Feng Kuo. He was the one who brought her in, and he was the one who recommended her. Feng Kuo. You're saying that she was recommended by Feng Kuo? Song Song was tongue-tied when he heard Feng Kuo's name. He hesitated for a moment, then glared fiercely at Yunxing, and left with his two students dejectedly. Chapter 94. After successfully using Feng Kuo's name to scare Song Song away, Mary heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to put on a stern face and reprimand Yunxing for hiding her strength, Yunxing felt dizzy and could no longer stand. Abandon, you take Gufeng to the infirmary for treatment. I'll take this little girl back to rest first. She used too much magic and should be exhausted. Mary thought about it afterwards. In the battle just now, this unknown freshman had actually used 3 attacks at once. A magic fireball, several earth spikes, and finally, a stunning flame explosion. Her incantation, under the effect of the wind spirit, was coherent. This kind of desperate fighting style was completely the style of a magic student of the combat department. It seemed that in the next battle, their potioneering department would have a chance to turn things around. Mary rejoiced as she took Yunxing to the magic laboratory to rest. After letting Yunxing drink a bottle of meditation water, Yunxing felt the magic elements in her body slowly recover. Little girl, tell me honestly, how many magic souls do you have? I can conclude that you have at least a 3-elemental magic spirit. Mary's face sank. When she saw Yunxing's magic scepter had the blessing of the wind spirit, she already suspected that Yunxing might not be as simple as a dual-elemental magician. When she saw the last flame explosion, she was even more certain of this point. Just now, she had already checked Yunxing's magic power. She was indeed a magic warrior. For a magic warrior to be able to use mid-level magic, that could only mean that she had a powerful magic soul to rely on. The stronger the magic soul, the more likely it was to learn magic beyond one's level. Yunxing still didn't answer. She hadn't known Mary for long and wasn't sure if Mary was worthy of her trust. Sky magician Yun Sanghai, how is he related to you? Mei Li had a fiery temper, but Yun Sheng had a calm temperament. If she didn't say anything, Mei Li could only be anxious. She suddenly changed the topic and asked about Yun Sanghai's name. Upon hearing her father's name, Yun Sheng's expression changed slightly. You know Yun Sanghai? Your surname is also Yun. 10 years ago, sky magician Yun Sanghai betrayed his family and left the Jade capital with a woman of unknown origin. Since then, there has been no news of Yun Sanghai in Zhou State. Are you Yun Sanghai's daughter? Mei Li was very excited. She grabbed Yun Sheng and looked at Yun Sheng nervously. The more she looked at Yun Sheng, the more she felt that she was similar to Yun Sanghai. That resolute gaze, as well as the confident movements when using the flame explosion, were all so similar. He is my father. You know my father. Yun Sheng was infected by Mei Li's excitement. At that moment, Mei Li seemed to have changed into a different person. Her expression quickly softened, as if she had recalled something, and a smile appeared on her lips. As expected. Only Brother Yun's daughter can comprehend mid-level magic when she is only a magician. Mei Li hugged Yun Sheng and cried tears of joy. After her excitement, Mei Li put away her earlier gaffe. She told Yun Sheng that she was Yun Sanghai's junior and that the two of them had studied together in the Jade Capital Magic Academy. She had also been in the same group as Yun Sanghai. However, at that time, the Jade Capital Magic Academy had just been established and there was no such thing as a magic potion department and a combat department. Your father was a genius in magic. He had helped me a lot in the past. He was also the one who discovered my talent in magic potion and suggested that I change to the magic potion department. When Mei Li recalled the past, her face revealed a hint of shyness that only a young girl would have. It seemed that his drunkard father had been a popular campus hunk in the Magic Academy back in the day. Yun Sheng knew very little about her father and mother's past. Through Mei Li's narration, Yun Sanghai's situation when he was young and studying was reconstructed by Mei Li. Yun Sanghai was born in the residence of the Martial Saint General, but as the eldest son of the family, he had never been interested in martial arts. When he was 10 years old, he secretly enrolled in the Royal Magic Academy behind the Martial Saint General Yun Ba's back. At that time in Zhou State, magic was not valued as much as it was now. The news of Yun Sanghai abandoning martial arts to study magic was still widely spread among the circle of nobles in the Jade capital for a period of time. After hearing the news, Yun Ba was so angry that he carried a long sword and went to the Royal Magic Academy, saying that he wanted to kill this unfilial son. In the end, the dean of the Magic Academy personally came forward and tested Yun Sanghai's outstanding talent in magic in front of everyone. Only then was Yun Ba appeased. However, ever since then, the relationship between the father and son of the Yun family was not very good. The second son of the Yun family was also strictly trained in martial arts and took the place of his elder brother on the path of martial arts. However, that was a story for later. After Yun Sanghai entered the Magic Academy, his talent was revealed day by day. Especially after representing the students and participating in a few magic exchanges with the Temple of Magic, his magic cultivation increased rapidly. He also got to know some strange people who were good at innovating in the field of magic. Multi-elemental magicians could use magic staffs that had no elemental attributes, and fairies of the same attribute would only bless magicians of the same attribute. These rarely heard secrets of magic were all discovered by Yun Sanghai at that time. It was also because of this that Mei Li was able to determine that Yun Sheng did not have a simple two-elemental magic soul just by looking at the magic staff. Mentor Mei Li, then what about my mother? Is she also from the Magic Academy? Compared to Yun Sanghai, Yun Sheng had even fewer memories of her mother, Hu Jiusheng. All she had was the memory left behind in the beast language ring. Regarding your mother, I only know that she is very mysterious. There is also no information about which family she comes from. Your father only got to know her after he left the Royal Magic Academy. She is very likely a descendant of some ancient family. Mei Li sighed with emotion as she scrutinized Yun Xing's face. Yun Sanghai's face was handsome with strong lines. Yun Xing's nose and eyebrows were very similar to Yun Sanghai's, but softer. However, her eyes, small and exquisite facial features, as well as the way she smiled, were undoubtedly inherited from her mysterious mother. Yun Xing might not be the type of girl who was breathtaking, but she was undoubtedly the type of girl who was more stunning the more you looked at her. Moreover, she was still young. When she grew up in the future, she would definitely be a peerless girl who would not be inferior to her mother. Yun Sanghai stayed in the Jade Capital Magic Academy until he became an archmage. At that time, there were no teachers in the academy who could teach him more advanced magic. In order to seek a higher level of magic, Yun Sanghai left the Jade Capital Magic Academy and went to other countries where magic was more refined, as well as the temples of various places, to visit the local magicians. It was probably at that time that he met Yun Xing's mother. When Mei Li received news of Yun Sanghai again, 10 years had already passed. That handsome and open-minded young magician had already become a sky magician who shot up like a rocket in the world of magicians. A sky magician who was not even 30 years old was extremely rare, whether in Zhou State or the entire continent. Just when everyone thought that Yun Sanghai would continue on this path of genius, there was news that he cultivated dark magic and became a black magician. What? You're saying that my father is called a black magician? When Yun Xing heard this, she could no longer hold back and exclaimed. Chapter 95. Dark magic was an existence that all magicians on the mainland abhorred. Anyone who had anything to do with dark magic, no matter how talented they were, would still fall. At that time, some people said that Yun Sanghai cultivated dark magic because he coveted higher magical powers. However, there were also people who said that Yun Sanghai knew a female magician who cultivated dark magic. That magician was Yun Xing's mother, Hu Jiusheng. I met your mother once. Mei Li's eyes twinkled. In the winter before Yun Sanghai was officially recognized as a dark magician, he brought Hu Jiusheng back to the general's residence in Jade Capital to attend Yun Ba's 60th birthday. At that birthday banquet, Mei Li saw Hu Jiusheng. Even Mei Li, who was also a woman, was captivated by Hu Jiusheng's beauty at that moment. Hu Jiusheng had a rosy cheeks and a pair of pitch-black eyes that shone like the brightest stars in the dark night. Just by standing there, she stole everyone's breath and sight. However, Hu Jiusheng's gaze never stopped on anyone. She quietly stayed by Yun Sanghai's side, as if Yun Sanghai was the only person in the world. At that time, Yun Sanghai was the happiest man in the world. However, a few days after the birthday banquet, there was suddenly news that Yun Sanghai had betrayed the Yun family and escaped from Jade Capital with Hu Jiusheng. After that, no one knew about Yun Sanghai anymore. Speaking of which, when your mother came to attend old General Yun's birthday banquet, she might have already had you. Mei Li had been in love with Yun Sanghai for many years. She boasted that she was beautiful and had some achievements in magic potions. She thought that after meeting Yun Sanghai again, she would be able to muster the courage to confess to Yun Sanghai. Who knew that when she saw Hu Jiusheng at the birthday banquet, she knew that she would never have the chance again. That was all Mei Li knew. Only Yun Xing knew that after that, Yun Sanghai and Hu Jiusheng went into exile. Even when Hu Jiusheng was about to give birth, there were still people chasing after her parents. Unfortunately, Mei Li did not know why Yun Sanghai had fallen out with the general's residence at that time, and who was the one who chased after the couple in the end. Even so, I still don't believe that your father is a dark magician. Mary didn't expect that she would meet the daughter of an old friend. And Yun Xing's talent in magic surprised her even more. If father knew that there were still people who believed in him, he would definitely be very gratified. Yun Xing now thought about it. On the day she transmigrated and reincarnated, her father might have used the legendary black magic. The strength of the enemy behind the scenes was really too strong. Yun Sanghai had no choice but to use the heaven-defying dark magician to kill the enemy. When Yunxing told Mei Li about her father's current situation, Mei Li's expression changed immediately. She immediately urged Yunxing to bring her to the medical hall to check on Yun Sanghai's condition. Mei Li was an expert in the field of magic medicine. She might have a way to treat the poison in Yun Sanghai's body. But after checking on Yun Sanghai's condition, Mei Li couldn't help but shake her head. This is not a poison caused by magic. It's also not a poison that can be treated with ancient medical techniques. Yunxing was a little disappointed. Dr. Fan had said earlier that ordinary people had no way to treat Yun Sanghai's poison. Only the top few old monsters in the Dharma Temple and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion could possibly know what kind of poison was in Yun Sanghai's body. Seeing the big brother Yun in his prime become like this, Mei Li's eyes were slightly bitter. She stood beside Yun Sanghai's body and said in a low voice, "Big brother Yun, don't worry. I will definitely teach Yunxing everything I know." After returning to the academy with Mei Li, Yunxing went to visit the injured Gufeng. Fortunately, Song Jie's beginner water magic was very ordinary. Gufeng had also grown a body of fat. After treatment in the medical hall, there were basically no major problems. "Gufeng, in order to save your team members, you sacrificed yourself. This spirit is commendable. But as a sorcerer, using your body as a shield to protect your team members is the most foolish thing you can do. How many times have I said, you are a sorcerer? A sorcerer. Where did all the magic you learned in the accelerated beginner level go?" Mei Li's face was full of resentment. Gufeng could only lower his head and let Mei Li's saliva fly around the top of his head. With the addition of Yunxing, Mei Li's 13 magical potions team was finally full. The combination of 2 males and 1 female could form a stable team. But before that, Mei Li still had to properly train these 3 people. In the first half of the year, the beginner students had to participate in the basic magic classes every day. This was arranged by the academy in order to allow the students to better understand and use the magic elements. After Yunxing officially entered the academy, she was given a daily schedule. On it were the 4 main classes that beginner students of the Magical Potions department had to learn: Meditation class, Accelerated Beginner Magic class, Basic Combat class, and Magic Potion Experiment class. Students of the Magical Combat class also had similar classes. It was just that the Experiment class had been changed to a Magic Battle class. After a year's classes were completed, the beginner students would participate in the examinations of the major classes for the final examination. As Yunxing entered the academy later than the other beginner students, most of the basic classes were already a third of the way through when she joined. In order to prevent Yunxing from not being able to keep up, Mei Li kindly arranged for Gufeng and Abandon to help Yunxing. Thus, Yunxing witnessed the so-called Abandon's tutoring method and Gufeng's tutoring method. Abandon's meditation class tutoring. Abandon, begin, meditation. Yunxing, Abandon, Yunxing, ZZZ, 1 class, a total of 1 sentence. Gufeng's tutoring method. Gufeng, Yunxing, get ready. Yunxing, get ready for what? Gufeng, the tutor is about to start the class. Prepare paper and brush. Yunxing, and then. Gufeng, start copying. Don't miss a single word. Yunxing, 1 class, a total of countless notes. After spending a few days with Gufeng and Abandon, Yunxing completely understood how difficult it was for teacher Mei Li. As the tutor of Gufeng and Abandon, how many brain cells did she have to kill? Fortunately, Yunxing's personal learning ability was very good. Especially after she learned Yun Meng Bing Mian, her performance in the meditation class quickly received the tutor's praise. As for the basic magical combat class and the beginner magic, Yunxing had the support of the 5 elemental magic soul and quickly mastered the basic magic of each element. The only thing she hadn't taken was the magic potion experiment class. After asking around, she found out that the tutor in charge of the magic potion experiment class had taken half a year off, and the magic potion experiment class for the beginner students had to be delayed for a while. Finally, it was public day, and there were no classes in school. Yunxing planned to return to the medical center to see her father and help Dr. Fan with the medical center, but a public student who wasn't very familiar with Yunxing stopped her. "Yunxing, you're in charge of the public herb field, right? The herbs are dying. Hurry up and take a look." Chapter 96. Yunxing had obviously forgotten something important. That incident was that she had entered the Royal Magic Academy as a public student. The so-called public students were equivalent to the modern-day work-study students. On weekdays, they would attend classes normally, but on weekends, they would have to serve the school. Gufeng and Abandon were also public students. Gufeng seemed to be teacher Mei Li's assistant. As for Abandon, she had not heard of him doing anything for the academy, but he seemed to be very busy. It was no wonder that the two of them disappeared on the weekends. Yunxing's part-time job was to help the academy take care of the public herb fields. Jade Capital Magic Academy was built in the middle of a valley. It was comfortable all year round, and the public herb fields here were also very lush. The herbs in the public herb fields were mainly used by the academy's potioneering department and the infirmary. The remaining part was sold to the public, and the income was used to pay for the tuition and miscellaneous expenses of the public students. Until she arrived in front of the public herb fields, Yunxing thought that the so-called herb fields were at most similar to the ones in Banana Leaf Village, a few mu or a few tens of mu. But when she really stood in front of the public herb fields, she realized that she was very wrong. Up close, it was a field. From afar, it was still a field. Horizontally, it was a field. Vertically, it was still a field. As far as the eye could see, it was all fields. The herb fields of Jade Capital Magic Academy could be called vast. Yunxing roughly estimated that the herb fields were at least 500 to 600 mu. Yunxing finally understood why there was a vacancy in the Royal Academy's potioneering department for public students who were responsible for looking after the public herb fields. In fact, before Yunxing came, this position had been empty for 5 years. During this time, the public students in the dormitory took turns to look after the fields. Now that there was finally a sucker, no one in the dormitory was willing to come. She was quickly informed that she needed to water all the herb fields in 2 days to prevent the herbs from withering. Looking at the vast expanse of herb fields, Yunxing suddenly felt that life was indeed tough. Yunxing sighs and starts to clean up the public medicine field. In the dark, a pair of sneaky eyes were spying on Yunxing. Very quickly, the owner of the pair of thieving eyes returned to the combat department, and finally circled into a room labeled as the Combat Association. That person reported the details of Yunxing's trip to the public medicinal field to a female student who was about 11 or 12 years old. The female student was beautiful and wore an exquisitely crafted mage robe. Her magic scepter was embedded with 2 magic soul stones. An 11 or 12-year-old great magus, this female student was already a mid-level student. As she listened, a magical element shot out from the magic scepter in her hand. The magical light illuminated her face and made her look even more radiant. "Senior Song, according to your instructions, I've been keeping an eye on the public student named Yunxing. Also, she has already bribed some of the public students. No one will help her take care of the public herb fields." The lookout was a wind magician from the combat department. That damned public student, relying on Feng Qua and Mei Li's support to be so arrogant. She beat up my precious little brother to such a state. The one who spoke was Song Xiangru, Song Jie's elder sister who had been taught a lesson by Yunxing for the second time. The Song siblings were the children of the assistant minister of Zhou State's Ministry of Works. When the two were young, they were discovered to be able to sense magical elements, so they were both sent to the Imperial Magic Academy. The elder sister, Song Xiangru, was more talented. After 6 years of school, she became a mid-level student and had just passed the Great Magus examination in the temple last month. Song Xiangru only had one younger brother, Song Jie, and the two siblings were usually very close. A few days ago, Song Jie had been taught a lesson, and even his magic scepter had been destroyed. When Song Xiangru found out, she wanted to teach the potions department's new student a lesson on the spot. However, after asking around, she found out that the potions department's new student's background was not simple. Not only did he come in halfway, she heard that he was personally recommended by the combat instructor, Feng Kuo. Everyone in the Magic Academy knew of Feng Kuo's name, and Song Xiangru herself had attended his combat class. That bear-like man was terrifyingly strong, whether it was combat skills or magical combat skills. He could cast 3 spells in an instant, and directly turn a huge rock into powder. He had a violent personality, and even the teachers in the academy did not respect him. Thus, after Tsang Song found out about Yun Xing's background, he turned and left. As a result, Song Xiangru lost the opportunity to directly take revenge on Yun Xing. In the Magic Academy, cross-level combat was not prohibited, but it was only allowed for low-level students to challenge mid-level students. Mid-level students were not allowed to directly challenge low-level students, otherwise, if the academy found out, they would immediately be expelled from the academy. After thinking hard, Song Xiangru suddenly thought that she could tamper with Yun Xing's status as a public student. The Magic Academy's rules were strict, and for public students, the Academy's rules were also clearly stated that they had to maintain good grades in their magic classes and complete the work-study tasks arranged by the Academy. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the Academy. As long as Yun Xing was expelled from the Royal Magic Academy and out of the sight of Feng Kuo and Mei Li, Song Xiangru had 1,000 ways to make Yun Xing disappear completely. Song Xiangru secretly bribed the other members of the public student dormitory, and threw a few hundred mu of medicinal fields to Yun Xing. She was sure that Yun Xing would not be able to water all the medicinal fields in 2 days. Not to mention that Yun Xing was not a water-type sorcerer. Even if she was, how many times would she have to cast the cloud-gathering spell to successfully water so many medicinal fields? When she thought of how Yun Xing would be expelled from the Magic Academy after the weekend, Song Xiangru was elated. "Ruru, what are you so happy about?" A sweet female voice interrupted the conversation between Song Xiangru and the scout. A female student dressed in blue walked in. Song Xiangru's looks were already considered top-notch, but compared to this girl dressed in blue, she was like a star meeting the moon. She immediately paled in comparison. Seeing the girl dressed in blue, a hint of jealousy appeared on Song Xiangru's face. However, she quickly concealed her jealousy and did not let Chen Lianer discover it. She changed into a fawning tone and said, "Lianer, I see that you are the one who is happy. What good thing happened to make you so happy?" The person who came was the vice president of the Royal Magic Academy's Combat Association. At the same time, she was also Zhou State's first-rank imperial court official's favorite granddaughter, Chen Lianer, a great water-type sorcerer. "I received news from the Crown Prince. He is returning to the Jade Capital." Chen Lianer's clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her face was full of joy as she told Song Xiangru this good news. Chapter 97. The Crown Prince is coming back. Song Xiangru had a strange expression as she looked at Chen Lianer with a bit of contempt. Yi Bailian, the current Crown Prince of Zhou State and the most beloved son of the Zhou State Emperor. At the same time, he was the president of the Royal Magic Academy's Combat Association and a 12-year-old pinnacle great magician. The reason why the Magic Combat Association was so influential in the Royal Magic Academy was partly because the president of the Magic Combat Association was the current Crown Prince and Chen Lianer was the vice president of the Crown Princess. The Emperor of Zhou State was in his prime and had many imperial concubines. He also had many princes and princesses. Among them, the Crown Prince Yi Bailian was the most favored. His mother was the daughter of the current imperial cabinet minister. His mother's family had a strong background and was deeply favored by the Emperor of Zhou State. However, those who knew the secrets of the palace knew that Yi Bailian wasn't the crown prince at birth. Yi Bailian was the second prince, but the real crown prince was the first prince, Yi Baiming, who had been dethroned many years ago. After the tragedy in the palace, the original crown prince Yi Baiming was deposed and imprisoned by the emperor of Zhou state. The second prince Yi Bailian was crowned crown prince by a group of civil officials. It was also at that time that Chen Lianer, who was originally chosen as the crown princess, abandoned her childhood playmate Yi Baiming without hesitation. Under the matchmaking of Grand Secretary Chen, she and Yi Baiming quickly became the golden couple that everyone envied. It was said that after the former crown prince Yi Baiming was deposed, he was imprisoned in the cold palace in the name of recuperating. It was only a few months ago that the former crown prince, Yi Baiming, joined the Wuxuan Infinity School under the request of the deputy head of the Wuxuan Limitless School to practice martial arts. Only then did the former crown prince return to the eyes of the citizens of the great Zhou dynasty. Chen Lianer and Song Xiangru, including a few people, naturally knew about this news. Song Xiangru originally thought that Chen Lianer would be a bit emotional, but who knew that she acted as if nothing had happened. What a heartless woman! While Song Xiangru's father was part of the civil official faction that supported the crown prince, she had inherited some of her father's style and looked down on Chen Lianer from the bottom of her heart. However, because the other was powerful and was the future crown princess, she agreed on the surface. Chen Lianer was so immersed in her own joy that she didn't notice the disdain on her friend's face. This year's year-end examinations for the combat and potions faculties might be a little tricky. Song Xiangru thought of something. The year-end assessment was a tradition of the Academy of Magic. Every year, there would be a comprehensive assessment for the students at the end of the year. The competition between the combat and potions departments was also the fiercest at that time. Potion department? Ru, when did you become afraid of even the magic potion department? Chen Lianer stopped acting like a little girl, her face full of contempt. Perhaps Xingjing Magic Academy was nothing compared to other magic academies, but within the academy, the position of the fighting department was absolutely unshakable. The potioneering department was filled with crappy mages who only knew how to use despicable tricks. If she remembered correctly, the potioneering department didn't even have a few decent intermediate students. This year's situation might be a little uncertain. A poison man has appeared in the potioneering department. Song Xiangru's face was cautious. My younger brother Song Jia was defeated by a new earth and fire department mage. Song Xiangru originally didn't put the potioneering department in her eyes, but the things that happened in the past few days really caught her off guard. I've also heard about that poison man, but I heard that kid is very antisocial, so don't worry about him. As for the new mage, I haven't heard of her. I remember that your brother Song Jia's magic is barely passable. How come he can't even take care of a new student? Chen Lianer's sarcastic tone made Song Xiangru very dissatisfied, but she still smiled. That new student isn't simple. I heard that she used an intermediate fire magic flame explosion in the end. Even Mentor Song's earth shield was shattered by her. Even Chen Lianer couldn't use intermediate magic as a beginner. Intermediate magic? Is this news true? If it's reliable, then this person definitely can't stay in the potioneering department. Chen Lianer changed her delicate and lovely appearance from before. She was now the vice president of the Magic Combat Association. In the Magic Academy, any student who could shake the Magic Combat Association's position had to either join the association or be eliminated. It's true. My brother saw it with his own eyes. Furthermore, her singing ability is also very outstanding. Song Xiangru's face was full of resentment. If that's the case, then I, as the vice president, will go and meet her. If possible, I'll pull her into the Magic Combat Association. But if she doesn't agree? Chen Lianer smiled sweetly, but it made people's hair stand on end. Chen Lianer was such a person. She looked very harmless and weak on the outside, but there was a sense of insidiousness in her bones. Yunxing still didn't know that she had become the Magic Combat Association's target for no reason. Right now, she was still looking at the hundreds of acres of herb fields, thinking about how to irrigate them. Fortunately, she was now a mage and no longer needed to carry water to irrigate the fields like before. She only needed to use the water magic cloud gathering technique that she had learned in the elementary magic class. The so-called cloud gathering technique was to use the water vapor in the environment to form a small moving cloud. Yunsheng was known to the public as an earth and fire mage, so no one knew that she could use the cloud gathering technique. Little Cloud irrigated the herb fields. Yunsheng only needed to direct Little Cloud's movements to irrigate all the fields. One of the biggest benefits of entering the Royal Magic Academy was that one could learn all kinds of elementary magic during the basic magic classes. During the elementary magic classes, they would teach all kinds of elementary magic. These elementary magic were different from the combat magic that Yunsheng knew. Most of them couldn't be used to repel enemies, but they were very convenient to use in daily life. For example, the water cleansing spell, the fire illumination spell, the wind dust removal spell, and so on. Most people didn't care about these elementary magic, because it was already very difficult for everyone to learn elementary magic that was compatible with their own elementary magic. However, Yunsheng was different. Other than her dark magic spirit, she also had an all-elemental nature magic spirit. Learning all kinds of elementary magic was a piece of cake for her. This was especially true for the various types of small magic spells that didn't consume much magic elements. The more she used these small magic spells, the better her ability to control the various elements. When she was meditating, she could feel that her magic soul was becoming stronger little by little. Occasionally, she would try out the cloud gathering technique, then immediately use the cloud dream eyes sleep to meditate for a while to replenish her elementary magic. By sunset, the hundreds of acres of land had been properly irrigated. Tomorrow, I'll use the earth thorns to cultivate the soil. Using elementary magic repeatedly will help increase my proficiency in elementary magic. After a day, Yunsheng was already very familiar with the cloud gathering technique. Just as she was about to leave the public herb fields, under the setting sun, two beautiful senior female students walked over. The two of them looked at Yunsheng's dirty face with disdain. The disdain in their eyes was very obvious. The two of them were dressed like rich girls. The more beautiful girl used an arrogant tone to ask, "You are Yunsheng?" "I am the vice president of the Magic Combat Association, Chen Liener. I want you to join the Magic Combat Association." Chapter 98. The girl who asked the question had an arrogant tone. She was young, but already had a face that could topple cities. However, even though she was beautiful, when she spoke, she raised her head and pointed her nose at others, just like a female peacock. She used a very commanding tone, which made Yunsheng feel disgusted when she heard it. Both of them were intermediate students of the Royal Magic Academy. Yunsheng had only been in school for a week, so how could she have offended an intermediate student? Yunsheng quickly realized that it was most likely because of her fight with Song Jie. She heard that Song Jie had an older sister, so it must be one of them. "I'm asking you a question, are you mute?" The female student who accompanied her saw that Yunsheng was only looking at them without speaking, and scolded her fiercely. If Chen Liener hadn't insisted on persuading the freshman to join the combat association, she wouldn't have even bothered to come. "You think I'll answer just because you asked? Who do you think you are?" "Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Bodhisattva Guanyin, Combat Association, right?" 3 words, "I'm not interested." Yunsheng disliked this kind of bitch who thought that she was the #1 queen in the world, and that both men and women should kneel on the ground and lick their toes. Chen Liener and Song Xiangru didn't understand what Yunsheng was saying, and they didn't think that a freshman would dare to go against their wishes. Yunsheng finished speaking and turned to leave. A biting cold water arrow shot out from the ground. If Yunsheng hadn't dodged quickly enough, she would have been hit. A water elemental magician. Yun Xing frowned when she caught sight of the water elemental magic beside the female student. Among the four elements, fire and earth were the strongest in terms of attack and defense. However, it would be a big mistake to say that water and wind elemental magic were useless. This female student could shoot water arrows with a wave of her hand. She had already mastered the water elemental magic. Yun Xing wasn't afraid of a head-on confrontation, but she didn't want to reveal her true strength. I am the vice president of the Royal Magic Academy's Combat Association, Chen Liener. Freshman, you'd better know your place. The Combat Association rarely accepts students from the Magic Potion Department, much less an invitation from this vice president. Chen Liener was a queen-level figure in the academy that everyone sought after. Her tone already carried a warning. Unfortunately, Yun Xing was really an ignorant and tactful person. Her previous impression of the combat department was too bad. I've already made it very clear that I'm not interested in the combat association, Yun Xing said. With a light leap, she landed in a medicinal field. You're courting death. Chen Liener was infuriated. She had already gathered water element in her palm. Vice President Chen, it's best if you consider this carefully. The grass under my feet is a rare grade 100 frost grass. If you want to teach me a lesson, these grasses will also suffer. At that time, if the academy blames you, you won't be able to gain anything. Yun Xing glanced at the grasses beside her and warned. She wouldn't do something as stupid as hitting a rock with an egg. Chen Liener was very cunning. She had always been a good student in front of the academy's teachers. She definitely wouldn't ruin her good reputation for a magic potion department freshman. Her expression changed very quickly. Her anger was immediately replaced by a charming smile. I was only joking with you. Why would I bully a freshman? You can reconsider. The Combat Association welcomes you at any time. Chen Liener finished speaking and gave Song Xiangru a look. Holding hands, they left. They hadn't gone far when Chen Liener's face darkened. You ungrateful brat. You dare to disobey me? I'll make sure you lose your footing in the Magic Academy. Liener, I've said it before. That freshman isn't worth roping in. But don't worry, we can't directly teach her a lesson in the academy. I've already found someone to leave the public medicinal field to her alone. She can't take care of so many fields by herself. She won't be able to last long, Song Xiangru said contentedly. You're sure she won't be able to last long? Chen Liener's acuity was far beyond Song Xiangru's. She had already noticed that the medicinal field was wet, and the mud had stained the boots she had just bought. To be able to water such a large medicinal field in such a short period of time, even she would not be able to do it. Song Xiangru then noticed that the public medicinal field had already been watered. How can it be? Just by this brat? Someone must be helping her. The news from the Academic Affairs Office clearly said that the freshman was only an earth and fire mage. It's impossible for her to be proficient in water magic. Song Xiangru looked around and found that the medicinal field had already been watered. Maybe her teacher helped her. But Teacher Mary doesn't seem to be proficient in water magic either. Chen Liener gazed at the freshly watered medicinal field that was emitting an earthy fragrance. Since we're going to do it, we'll do it to the extreme. Make sure she has no way to turn the tables. Chen Liener's beautiful face revealed a trace of ferocity. After Chen Liener and the others left, Yun Xing stayed in the medicinal field for a while. It was only when dusk had deepened that Gufeng came to find her. Wow! Yun Xing. You're taking care of such a large public medicinal field by yourself. Why? Are you worried that you can't take care of so many medicinal fields by yourself? I can help you. When Gu Feng arrived, Yun Xing was standing in the medicinal field. Her brows were tightly knitted, and she had a thoughtful expression on her face. Chen Liener came by just now, Yun Xing said. Chen Liener. You're talking about the vice president of the Combat Association. Oh no. It must be because of Song Jie. His sister Song Xiangru is one of the main members of the Combat Association. Did they do anything to you? Gufeng was shocked when he heard this. The Combat Association had a great influence in the Magic Academy. Now that she was targeted, Yunxing's future days would be difficult. She didn't do anything to me, but that might not be the case next time. Chen Lianer's appearance made Yunxing realize that her strength was far from enough. If she didn't quickly become stronger, she was bound to become the second Gufeng. Should we tell Teacher Mary? Gufeng was fearful. No need, the other party isn't stupid. They definitely won't do anything to us in public. Yunxing believed that Chen Lianer could become the vice president of the Combat Association not just because of her beauty. Gufeng, you entered the academy early. Do you know how to improve your magic in a short period of time? The faster the better. In order to compete with Chen Lianer, Yunxing had to ensure that she was proficient in at least one type of intermediate magic. From the looks of it, she was most confident in fire magic. I know that. You can enter the Central Magic Tower. I heard from others. Practicing in the Central Magic Tower. The speed of practicing magic will be at least several times faster. Even several dozen times faster. Intermediate students like Chen Lianer. They usually practice in the Central Magic Tower, Gufeng said with an envious expression. Chapter 99. Hearing Gu Feng's words, Yunxing immediately recalled the tower she had seen on the first day she had entered the academy, in the central square of the Magic Academy. That was the Central Magic Tower. Seeing that Yunxing was interested in the Magic Tower, Gufeng excitedly began to explain. As he spoke, he brought Yunxing to the academy's plaza. Through Gufeng's explanation, Yunxing found out that the Central Magic Tower was not built for the Royal Magic Academy. The Central Magic Tower, more accurately, was an ancient magical ruin. On the boundless continent, there were many large countries, and most of their territories had already been divided. But there were still some places that the country's army could not conquer, and those places were called ancient ruins. There were many types of ancient ruins, and there were many types of ruins. Sometimes it was a vast plain, sometimes it was a dense forest, but it could also be an ancient building. Most of the ancient ruins had restrictions on the outside that were difficult for ordinary people to cross. Only the strongest warriors, magicians, or summoners could break through the restrictions and enter the ancient ruins. But as long as one entered the ancient ruins and successfully came out, they would reap extraordinary rewards. They might have obtained powerful battle techniques passed down from ancient times, or they might have comprehended ancient magic that had been lost for a long time, or they might even have gained the favor of ancient mythical beasts. So even though the ancient ruins were extremely dangerous, there were still countless adventurers who dared to take the risk. But the ancient ruins were not so easy to discover. There were only a few maps of the ancient ruins on the continent, and they were all in the hands of large countries, aristocratic families, and even mysterious organizations. Ordinary people would not be able to touch them. But for the students of the Royal Magic Academy, they did not need to enter the ancient ruins to enjoy the benefits of the ancient ruins. The reason was the Central Magic Tower. Speaking of the Central Magic Tower, there was a legendary figure. That was the founder of the academy, and the only saint-level guardian king in Zhou State, Guardian King Lan Yin. This Mana Tower was brought back by Shakyamuni Lannan when he entered an ancient ruin. Zhou State's magic was not flourishing, and in the many years since the founding of the country, there had only been one Guardian King. To every student of the Magic Academy, Guardian King Lan Yin was a godlike existence. Bring back a pagoda? What kind of concept was this? Even with a storage ring like the Beast Language Ring, it was impossible to achieve this. As if he already knew that Yunxing would not believe him, Gufeng continued. It turned out that every law emperor on the continent would comprehend a special type of supreme magic. The supreme magic that Shakyamuni Lannin comprehended was a type of space-time magic that could fold space. Back then, the Guardian King had used this kind of supreme magic to bring the central magic tower back. After Lannin's death, he gifted this tower to the Royal Magic Academy. After several generations of maintenance, the central magic tower became a landmark of the Royal Magic Academy. How could there be such a miraculous spell? Yun Sheng was exposed to a more comprehensive system of magic during the elementary magic course. The magic she knew was not limited to the elementary, junior high, and high school magic. Above high-level magic, there were sacred-level magic, supreme magic, and miraculous magic. It was said that after practicing miraculous magic, one could even reverse the flow of time. However, these were too far away for Yun Sheng and Gufeng now. They were just sorcerers who had not even mastered elementary magic. It's a pity. I never had the chance to enter the central magic tower. I don't know what the magic tower looks like. Everything I know is just what I heard from others, Gufeng stuttered as he scratched his head. For most public students, entering the central magic tower to practice was an extravagant hope. To enter the magic tower, one needed a magic card. To obtain a magic card, one had to rely on one's performance in class and the results of various faculties' combat to exchange for the corresponding magic card. In the royal school, there were 3 types of magic cards. The first type was the elementary magic card, with a maximum of 5 points. The second type was the intermediate magic card, with a maximum of 20 points. The third type was the advanced magic card that was held by the tutors and only the outstanding students in each year's assessment could obtain, with a maximum of 50 points. The last type was the supreme magic card, which could only be obtained by making a special contribution to the school. There was no limit to the number of times it could be used. Magic power cards were not rare among the intermediate students, but for the junior students, especially the public students, due to their ordinary family background, even if they were talented, due to the lack of various quality resources, they would lose at the starting line to the aristocratic students in the academy, let alone win against those aristocratic students. Gufeng himself, because of his poor performance in magic combat, had never been able to obtain a magic card. As for Abandon, although he had the ability to do so. However, because he had killed his opponent in a teaching accident, although this matter had been resolved by the school, the Academic Affairs Office had forcibly deprived Abandon of the opportunity to enter the magic tower for a year. Therefore, before Yunxing joined, the 13 Magic Potions group had never obtained a chance to enter the magic tower. Perhaps, you will have this opportunity very soon. You forgot, I have a magic card. Yunxing took out the magic card that she had won from Song Jie. After obtaining that victory, according to the previous agreement, Yunxing had already become the owner of this magic card. Yunxing had obtained a full elementary magic card from Song Jie. It was the magic card that Song Jie had exchanged with his achievements for the past 2 months. There should be 5 magic points in it. With the mana card, Yunxing could train in the mana tower. With the mana card, Yunxing would be able to train in the mana tower. With so many mana cards, training in magic would undoubtedly be a shortcut. Gufeng was overjoyed. He did not expect that there would be someone in the 13 Magic Potions group who had the opportunity to enter the magic tower. It's us. You forgot, you also contributed to this card. Yunxing still remembered that Gufeng had blocked the arrow for her. Although this kid was timid and weak, he was still quite manly at that moment. No. Magic card can only be used by one person. Besides, it was mainly your contribution that day. As long as I didn't drag you down, it's already good enough. Gufeng was embarrassed. He understood that Yunxing's magic talent was much higher than his. A elementary magic card could only be used for 5 hours. Gufeng would rather Yunxing make the most of this 5 hours than waste the precious magic card on himself. Gufeng, this kid, was still belittling himself. His light magic talent had not really been stimulated. Yunxing did not force it. She made up her mind that next time, as long as there was a chance, she would definitely win a magic card for Gufeng. After knowing the possible benefits that the magic tower could bring to magic practice, Yun Sheng was already eager to give it a try. On Sunday morning, she used the earth thorns to cultivate the soil in the public herb field. In the afternoon, she could not wait to bring the magic card to the magic tower. Chapter 100. Yun Sheng, Junior Student, Potioneering Mage, Magic Power Card, 5 points. You can choose to use it for 5 hours or 1 hour at a time. Please note that the magic power card is calculated as a whole number, and the odd number is not reserved. The magic tower's guardian was an old magician with a withered face. The old magician's age was unknown. He used his turbid eyes to size up Yun Sheng and read the information on the magic power card. I'll cultivate for an hour first. Yun Sheng came to the magic tower for the first time, so she didn't know the specifics of cultivation and the effects of cultivation. For the sake of safety, she decided to cultivate for an hour first. The old magician immediately handed her a magic crystal key labeled 204. He reminded Yun Sheng that after an hour, she only needed to crush the magic crystal key and she would be automatically sent back here. The magic tower was a 6-story tower building. Each floor had a total of 13 magic spaces. Each magic space seemed to be adjacent to each other, but in fact, it was completely independent. The students could use any magic or meditate in the magic space, and the outside world would never know. In the magic tower, junior students could use the 1st to 2nd floors, intermediate students could use the 3rd to 4th floors, and the 5th and 6th floors were only used by mentors and master magicians. Yun Sheng walked up the stairs. Along the way, she met a few beginner students from the combat department. When they saw a beginner student from the potion department enter the magic tower to train, they all curled their lips in disdain. Yun Sheng ignored them and went straight to the 4th magic space on the 2nd floor. She opened the door. In the magic space, various colors of magic elements streaked across the surroundings. It was like a clear night sky with countless meteors flashing in the starry sky. Yun Sheng couldn't help but secretly sigh. It was worthy of being called the magic tower of the ancient ruins. The magic elements here were at least several times more than the outside world. Meditating in such an environment was bound to be able to obtain more magic elements. Just as Yun Sheng was about to sit down and meditate, she suddenly felt the magic soul in her body become restless. The magic elements that were originally floating by the side also changed. The multicolored magic elements seemed to have been cast by someone and instantly stopped moving. User of Magic Space 204, you have a 5-elemental magic soul and meet the requirements to open the restriction of the magic tower. Once the restriction is activated, your magic cultivation will be increased by 5 times. If the time in the outside world does not change, you will obtain 5 times the cultivation time. In a situation where the time in the outside world was inconvenient, he could obtain 5 times the time. In other words, the flow of time and magic elements in room 204 had been slowed down. Yun Sheng would have an additional 4 hours of magic cultivation time, but from the outside, only 1 hour had passed. But what was the deal with the restriction in the magic tower? Obviously, the owner of the magic tower, Lon Yin, not only brought the magic tower back to the Magic Academy, he should also have added an additional restriction in the magic tower. And this kind of magic would only be activated when there was a special student. Without wasting any more time, Yun Sheng sat down cross-legged and used Yun Sheng's Dream of Ice. In the space, the 4 magic elements were quickly absorbed into Yun Sheng's body. Her body thoroughly entered a state of deep meditation. All the disturbances in the outside world disappeared. When the restriction in the magic tower was activated, the withered old magician who was waiting inside the magic tower moved his eyelids. He seemed to be talking to himself. The restriction has been activated. Multi-elemental magic has appeared in the Magic Academy again. Not long after Yun Sheng entered the magic tower, a few sneaky figures appeared next to the public herb field under the scorching sun. After about 15 minutes, the figures left. 4.5 hours had passed. The magic elements in room 204 were mostly absorbed by Yunsheng. But in another 12 hours, the magic elements in the magic tower would be restored again. This cycle would continue endlessly. In the process of meditation, Yunsheng's orc speech ring on her finger had also absorbed a large amount of magic elements. Cultivating in the magic tower, even the puffed egg in the summoning ring benefited a lot. Yunsheng slowly exhaled and moved her stiff body. She was pleasantly surprised to find that her wind, fire, earth, and water magic spirits had all improved to a certain extent. Only the black magic spirit, which represented the dark element, did not have any changes. Yunsheng waved her magic scepter, and a large number of earth spikes drilled out of the ground. Then, she cast a fireball spell. The fireball's lethality was much greater than before. I don't feel tired after using magic twice in a row. It seems that my control over the 4 elements has improved a lot. Yunsheng believed that if this continued, she would soon break through to become an archmage. It was a pity that she did not have enough magic cards. Otherwise, her cultivation would definitely speed up, and she would not have to be afraid of Chen Lianer and the others in the future. Yunsheng thought that maybe she should think of some ways to obtain more magic cards. Noticing that the orc speech ring had also undergone a certain change, Yunsheng summoned the puffed egg. As soon as the puffed egg was summoned, Puffed Egg was very excited. Puffed Egg, it's an ancient ruin. Dear Master, Puffed Egg loves the smell here. There's the smell of home here. Can you leave Puffed Egg here? The smell of home? Could it be that the Puffed Egg had been to other ancient ruins, or was it originally living in an ancient ruin? The Puffed Egg was left behind by Yunsheng's mother. It was very mysterious. Yunsheng also tried to ask the Puffed Egg about its origins, but the Puffed Egg itself could not remember. This was also the first time that the Puffed Egg recalled memories related to its past. You are my beast. If you are discovered, the fact that I am a summoner will be exposed, Yunsheng said with a straight face. Puffed Egg, you won't be discovered. Puffed Egg can disappear, the Puffed Egg begged pitifully. The egg emitted a 5-colored light, and in the light, its round body gradually disappeared. If it were not for the fact that Yunsheng and the Puffed Egg were telepathic, Yunsheng would have thought that the Puffed Egg had disappeared. Invisibility. The Puffed Egg had this kind of ability? Yunsheng thought for a moment and decided to keep Egg Popo by her side. Every time she meditated, some of the magical elements would be devoured by Egg Popo. If she left Egg Popo in the magic tower, where there was an abundance of magical elements, not only would it be helpful for Egg Popo's cultivation, but it would also relieve the pressure on her own mana consumption. Puffed Egg, then you have to promise that you will obediently stay in the magic tower until the next time I come to the magic tower. You can't be discovered, otherwise I will cancel the contract with you. Hearing that Yunsheng wanted to cancel the contract, the Puffed Egg immediately became obedient. Hour was almost up. Yunsheng crushed the magic crystal key and left magic space 204. Chapter 101. It was only afternoon when they left the magic tower. Yunsheng met Gufeng on the way. Yunsheng concealed the matter of the first layer of restriction, and roughly explained the situation in the magic tower. Are you interested, in Mentor Mary's magic laboratory, to see me concoct magic potions? Gufeng was happy for Yunsheng. He stole a glance at her, and very embarrassedly extended an invitation to Yunsheng. Gufeng was also a public student, but he was only responsible for helping Mentor Mary concoct magic potions on weekdays. Yunsheng had not started her potions class yet. Because she was studying ancient medicine, she also had a certain interest in magic potions. Yunsheng thought about it. The matter of the public medicine field was almost done. She also had nothing to do in the afternoon, so it would be good to see how magic potions were concocted together with Gufeng. The teachers of the magic potions department all had their own magic potions laboratory, and Gufeng was Mentor Mary's assistant. Mentor Mary was not there. The laboratory was about half the size of a public student's dormitory, and various materials for concocting magic potions were displayed inside. Yunsheng took a look and discovered that the concocting of magic potions was actually similar to that of ancient medicine. However, the concocting of magic potions required the use of magical elements, which sounded more like the alchemy of the Middle Ages. There was also a wide variety of magical materials, from various magical ores, magical beast soul stones, animal hides, animal bones, and various magical herbs. It was hard to imagine that all kinds of magic potions were made from these materials. I can concoct beginner agility potions, and antidote potions. Gufeng smiled foolishly. Magic potions were the only skills he could bring to the table. Gufeng also relied on selling basic magic potions like agility potions and antidote potions to earn his daily living expenses. Generally speaking, as a mage, relying on his own magical power, he could concoct at most 2 bottles of magic potions a day. Mentor Mary's task for Gufeng was to concoct 1 bottle of agility potion and 1 bottle of antidote potion a day. Teacher Mary had put a lot of thought into this. She had refined a potion that could increase a person's perception and control of magical elements. It was especially important for students of the potion department. Let me try. Yunsheng was also very interested in refining magic potions. Yunsheng chose to refine the water of agility. Yunsheng checked the refining method of the agility potion. As she had studied Western medicine in the medical university, Yunsheng had already calculated the ratio of different materials in her mind as soon as she saw the formula, as well as the possible consumption of magical elements during the refining process. After that, Yunsheng found a few more materials among the materials that Mary had discarded. She began to extract the remaining elements from the materials. Then, she added the appropriate amount of water element to control the size of the fire element. She used the wind element to regulate the fusion of the magic potion, and the earth element as the final stabilizer. During the refining process, a golden light flashed in Yunsheng's eyes from time to time. At her fingertips, several different colors of magical elements were freely fusing and changing. Gu Feng, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. He only felt that Yunsheng, who was refining the magic medicine, was so eye-catching that his eyeballs were about to fall out. Done. In less than a quarter of an hour, a bottle of orange potion appeared in Yunsheng's hand. Heavens, it's really orange, it's actually orange agility potion. That's a mid-grade agility potion. Gufeng was dumbfounded. This was too miraculous. This was Yunsheng's first time refining a magic potion. Even if it was the same agility potion, it was divided into different grades. The market price also differed greatly. The color of the magic potion determined the potion's effect. A blue magic potion was a beginner's magic potion, a mid-grade magic potion was orange, and a high-grade magic potion was red. The color of the magic potion in Yunsheng's hand was as pure as the warm winter sun. It was orange without the slightest impurity. With Gufeng's eyesight after following Mary for more than half a month, it must be a mid-grade agility potion. A beginner's agility potion could allow a person to maintain agility for 5 minutes. A mid-grade magic potion could maintain agility for 10 minutes, and a high-grade magic potion could maintain agility for 15 minutes. If this were to flow into the market, who knew how many people would rush to buy it? It really is a mid-grade agility potion, it's too amazing. Yunsheng, you're really godly. Gufeng looked carefully and suddenly swallowed his saliva. It seemed that Mary had said that the probability of an ordinary magician refining a mid-grade magic potion was about 1 in 1,000. Hee, I was just trying my luck. I also didn't think that I would be able to refine a mid-grade potion. Yunsheng attributed the reason why she was able to refine a mid-grade potion to the combination of Shen Nong's pupil and trillium hand. In addition to her 5 elemental spirit, her sensitivity towards magic elements was extraordinary. Her ability to control fire was also first class. With the combination of these factors, she was able to successfully refine a mid-grade potion in one go. If later Mary sees this, she will definitely be overjoyed. Gufeng was unable to part with the bottle of agility potion. He carefully held it, afraid that he would spill even a little bit. No, this bottle of agility potion is not for Mary. We are going to take it out to sell. Yunxing blinked her eyes. How can this be? This is a potion from the laboratory. Gufeng was an honest person. In the 2 months that he had been working under Mary, he had never done such a thing. We only used the discarded materials here. They were originally all waste materials that were going to be thrown away. If you feel apologetic, we can buy some new materials back. Yunxing advised Gufeng. It's better not, too big. Gufeng stared pitifully at the bottle of mid-grade magic potion. Think about it. With this, how many silver coins or even magic cards can we exchange for? Don't tell me you don't want to enter the magic card to experience it. Yunxing strongly felt that she was like a wolf grandmother who was holding a poisoned apple to lure Little Red Riding Hood. She had no other choice. If they followed the normal routine, she was afraid that she and Gufeng, these 2 public students, would not be able to save up a magic card in a year. If they could use the discarded magic materials to refine high-quality or even mid-grade magic potions, it would be a good deal. In her opinion, Gufeng's talent was not as bad as she thought. He just lacked the resources to practice. She thought that during this period of time, she would give Gufeng some moonlight grass to start with improving his magical constitution. When he heard about magic cards, Gufeng could not help but want to. Today, after hearing Yunxing's words, he also wanted to enter the magic tower to try. Then, okay. I heard that in the academy, there's a night market. On weekdays, everyone will take the extra things they have on hand to the market to sell. Even some of the teachers will go there. It should be possible to use the agility potion to exchange for magic cards. Gufeng had entered the academy 2 months earlier than Yunxing, so he was more familiar with the academy's affairs. But he still repeatedly asked Yunxing to buy some magic materials if she still had money left after selling the mid-grade agility potion. Yunxing agreed to his request, and the 2 agreed to go to the night market to try their luck tonight. Chapter 102. As the largest magic academy in Xinjiang, the night market of the Royal Academy of Magic was quite famous in the entire city. When the night market of the Royal Academy of Magic was first established, it was only a small-scale free market. The magic potions developed by the potions department and the magic weapons refined by the combat department would be sold or bartered by the students and mentors to exchange for things that were suitable for them. But later on, as the scale of the night market grew, more and more people entered and exited the night market. The Royal Academy had no choice but to open up an additional area outside the academy and open it to the public. As a result, the number of people entering and exiting the night market increased. Not only the students and mentors of the academy came here to trade, but there were also warriors, mages, traveling merchants from all over the world and local vendors who would buy and sell suitable things in the night market. When Yunxing and Gufeng arrived at the night market, they saw that it was brightly lit. Countless magic lamps formed by the illumination spell floated among the bushes and bushes like little fairies, illuminating the night market as if it was daytime. Entering the night market, one could buy and sell anything. Entering the night market was free, but if one wanted to set up a small stall, one would need to pay an additional 5 copper coins. So, some mages or warriors who were short on money would often directly sell the things they wanted to sell on the street, exchanging money in goods at the same time. It was very efficient. Yunxing and Gufeng went out together, but who knew that there were too many people in the night market? Not long after, the 2 of them were separated by the dense crowd. Yunxing was also not in a hurry to find Gufeng. After looking around the night market for a while, she turned to the back of a dense tree and took out a set of boys' clothes that she had prepared earlier from the beast language ring. After changing, she put on the illusion earring. After disguising herself, Yunxing blended into the crowd of the night market and was no different from any ordinary male student in the Magic Academy. Yunxing came over tonight mainly to look for magic power cards, but after looking around, she didn't find any students selling magic power cards. Yunxing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Just as she was about to turn back to look for Gufeng, a person came rushing in front of her. That person was dressed in the robes of an archmage and held a magic scepter in his hand. As he walked, he looked around and muttered, "Damn it, why isn't there a single potion here? Where am I going to find a bottle of mid-grade agility potion?" Since there weren't many mages in Zhou State, magic potions could only be bought from magic academies or large chambers of commerce in Zhou State. Judging from the appearance of this person, it was obvious that he urgently needed a bottle of agility potion. Yunxing hurriedly went up to him. "Senior, do you need a potion of agility? I have some for sale here." That intermediate student casually glanced at Yunxing. Hearing her young voice and small stature, he couldn't help but feel a little contempt in his heart. "Go away, little brat. The night market isn't a place for little brats like you to play house. Mid-grade agility potion. It can increase your agility for 10 minutes. Yunxing wasn't annoyed. Just as that person was about to stride past her, she said something that didn't hurt him. The intermediate student's footsteps paused. The words, mid-grade agility potion, almost made him faint, but it also successfully attracted his attention. He took a closer look. Yunxing's face was blurred. She must be wearing an illusion-type artifact. To be able to own an illusion-type artifact at such a young age, the intermediate student couldn't help but feel embarrassed for his earlier carelessness. He hurriedly dragged Yunxing to a big tree on the side and asked in a low voice, "You're a junior from the magic potion department? Mid-grade agility potion? You're not trying to extort me, are you? It's the real deal." Yunxing took out a small bottle of agility potion. The orange liquid instantly made the intermediate student go wild with joy. "That's great. I'll take all of your mid-grade magic potions. I'm Tai Lang from the Magic Combat Department. I've been on a mission recently and urgently need agility potions. How many do you have? I'll take all of them." Tai Lang was like his name. Although he wasn't a warrior, the magic elements around him were as sharp as a blade. In the Royal Magic Academy, beginner students only needed to study. But after becoming intermediate students, the academy would provide them with a few missions of varying difficulty. Students could use the missions to exchange for precious magic artifacts, magic materials, and even magic spells of intermediate level and above. Tai Lang was an earth elemental magician. Due to his own attributes, his speed was slightly slower than the average magician. But his mission this time was to kill a level 6 wind-chasing fox. That beast's speed was astonishing. Tai Lang chased after it for a few days, but lost it at the last moment. He asked his mentor about it, and his mentor suggested that he go to the magic potions department to buy some agility potions. He asked for at least one bottle of agility potion of mid-grade and above. But when he went to the magic potions department, the mentors there were all unwilling to help when they heard that he was from the combat department. There were some magic potion students who were willing to sell agility potions left behind from the experimental class, but those were only beginner potions and didn't meet Tai Lang's requirements. Tai Lang had no choice but to go to the night market to see if he could be lucky enough to meet someone selling agility potions. He didn't expect to be so lucky. He hadn't been there for long before he met someone selling mid-grade agility potions. "I only have one bottle of potion on hand. I stole it from my mentor. I need a mid-grade magic card in exchange." Yunxing stated her requirements. She didn't want to reveal the secret of her ability to make mid-grade magic potions, so she said that the agility potion was stolen. Thus, Tai Lang was even more convinced of the quality of Yunxing's mid-grade potions. He didn't care where the potion came from, as long as it could help him complete the mission. "I have a mid-grade magic card, but I've already used it 3 times. I still have more than half of my magic left. Tai Lang was very straightforward. For a student from the combat department, it was better to go out and participate in actual combat training than to cultivate in the magic tower. He took out his magic card, erased the name on it, and handed it to Yunsheng. There were still 12 hours left on the magic card. Including the bonus from his mana soul, it was equivalent to 60 hours, which was very useful for his cultivation. It's too little. Mid-grade agility potions are very rare on the market. This magic card isn't enough. Yunsheng was very shrewd. She calculated that an intermediate student like Tai Lang must have a lot of money. You're from the magic potions department? I have an ancient magic potion formula here. I don't know if it's real or not. If you're interested, you can take it and study it. Tai Lang was helpless when he saw that Yunsheng wouldn't let go. He remembered that he had accidentally obtained a potion formula when he was out on a mission. He took it out and handed it to Yunsheng. Yunsheng took it and looked at it. Her eyebrows jumped. Magic potion, Moon Goddess's praise. Chapter 103. Seeing that Yunsheng was silent, Tai Lang thought that she was complaining that the magic potion formula wasn't good enough. After all, he had asked someone to appraise the formula, but the other party said that it was worthless. The reason was that the prescription clearly stated that in order to concoct this kind of magic potion, one must be able to control both water and fire elements at the same time. However, among magicians, water and fire magicians were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Moreover, it was very dangerous to fuse the water and fire elements together. There could be an elemental explosion at any time. Therefore, in the eyes of magic apothecaries, this formula was simply trash. He originally saw that Yunsheng was young and thought that she didn't understand the mystery of the formula. But now, it seemed that she wasn't easy to fool. Tai Lang was helpless. He dawdled and took out a few more stones. Yunsheng looked at them again. They were 3 pieces of pyroxene copper. She still didn't speak. A few veins could be seen on Tai Lang's forehead. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a piece of glazed jade. It seemed that the other party had reached his bottom line. Yunsheng then said calmly, "Then we'll reluctantly make a deal." After saying that, she put all the magic materials into her bag and gave a bottle of mid-grade potion of agility to Tai Lang. Tai Lang was relieved and gave the bottle of potion of agility to Yunsheng. Before leaving, he asked again, "If I still want mid-grade potion of agility in the future, can you still provide it? Do I still have to come to the night market to find you?" There were too few mid-grade magic potions on the market. "I'll try, but I can't guarantee it." Same place, and bring a good magic card." Yunsheng nodded. After selling the mid-grade potion of agility, Yunsheng wandered around the night market a few times. With the help of Shen Nong's pupil, she picked a lot of cheap but good magic materials. The beast speech ring was quickly filled with some good magic materials. With the addition of the magic card and the magic potion formula praised by the moon goddess, this night market could be said to be a fruitful trip. After changing back into women's clothes, Yunsheng planned to find Gufeng and go back together. After searching the night market for a long time, she finally found Gufeng, that silly boy. Gufeng was standing in front of a small stall where someone was selling raw magical beast bones. Judging from the way the stall owner dressed and talked, he should be a hunter. On the stall were some slightly processed bones, meat, and furs of magical beasts. What Gufeng was looking at was a few skinned magical beast leg bones. Everyone knew that the bones of magical beasts could not only be used to make magical potions, but they could also be used to make magical scepters. After Gufeng's magic scepter had been broken by Song Jia, he hadn't had the money to buy a new magic scepter. Since he didn't have much money, he hadn't been able to buy a new magic scepter. The length and size of the leg bones were all suitable for making a magic scepter. "Gufeng, I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you looking at? Yunsheng walked forward and patted Gufeng. When Gufeng saw Yunsheng, he scratched his head embarrassedly. I want to buy a magical beast bone back, to find Mentor Mary, to help me make a magic scepter, but this uncle's magical beast bone, the price is too high, and I don't know which magical beast bone to choose to make a magic scepter. You know, my magic attribute is very special. After Gufeng's magic scepter was destroyed last time, he was listless all day. Mentor Mary looked at him as if his mother had died and was annoyed. She promised him that as long as he found a suitable magical beast bone, she would help him make a magic scepter. Mentor Mary can make magic scepters. Yunsheng looked as if she had discovered a new continent. When Gufeng said that, Yunsheng knew that most magic apothecaries could refine magic weapons. Gufeng also suggested that Yunsheng's ability to refine magic potions was high. When she became an archmage, she could also try to refine magic weapons, which were much more valuable than magic potions. Hey, you two brats, are you buying or not? Don't block my stall and affect my business, the hunter said in a rough voice and waved his hand to let Yunsheng and the others go away. Gufeng had been standing in front of the stall for more than an hour, constantly asking questions about the price and magical beast bones. The hunter was already impatient. Why are you so fierce? Who does business like you? We are here to buy things. Let me take a look first and find a suitable magical beast bone. Yunsheng squatted down and flipped through the magical beast bones. The magical beast bones sold by the hunters were completely different from the finished product of the magic scepter. The few magical beast bones on the stall still had flesh and blood. They looked bloody, and did not look like the prototype of a magic scepter at all. The hunter pursed his lips with a look of disbelief. He did not believe that this young girl could see the truth. Yunsheng lowered her head. Golden light flashed in her dark eyes like stars in the dark night. Her Shenong eye was already close to a breakthrough. It had gone from the initial microscopic to penetrating. When she was looking at herbs or beast bones, not only could she clearly see the age of the bones, she could also clearly see how much magical elements were left in the bones, and what element they were. Gufeng was a light elemental mage. His magic scepter should be light elemental. It would be best if it was a non-elemental one. However, the magical beast bones in front of her all had natural attributes. Even if they were made into a magic scepter, it would not be suitable for him. At this moment, Yunsheng noticed a magical beast bone that was as thick as a thigh bone. That magical beast bone was thinner and shorter than the other magical beast bones. It seemed too short and thin to be made into a magic scepter. However, there was a milky white magical element flowing in that thigh bone. It did not seem to lose its magical power because of the death of the magical beast. A light elemental magical beast bone. Yunsheng could already conclude that this magical beast bone must have belonged to a light elemental magical beast. I want this one. Yunsheng made a prompt decision and picked up the magical beast bone. The hunter was curious. Little one, there are so many magical beast bones. Why did you choose the smallest one? That magical beast is only 10 years old. When Gufeng heard that it was only 10 years old, he was also somewhat unwilling. He hesitated, wanting to persuade Yunsheng. But this is the bone of a 10-year-old unicorn. She did not have any doubts and said firmly. Unicorn. Gufeng was shocked and looked at the magical beast bone in disbelief. The unicorn was a strange magical beast. It was a close relative of the legendary sacred beast, the unicorn. It was the product of a crossbreed between an adult unicorn and a wild horse. Although it was a hybrid magical beast, it still had a part of the light elemental attribute of the unicorn. Wild unicorns were rare in Zhou state. I didn't expect that I would make a mistake. Little guy, your eyesight is very good. In my entire stall, this unicorn's magic beast bone is the most valuable. Think carefully, this magic beast bone is worth 50 gold coins. The hunter laughed heartily. Chapter 104. When he first learned that the magic beast bone was from a unicorn, Gufeng only felt that his whole person was instantly hit by happiness. Happiness came too suddenly, didn't it? A light elemental unicorn, even if it was only 10 years old, was extremely rare. He was a light elemental mage. If he could use a scepter made from a unicorn's bone, the magic effect would undoubtedly be doubled. It would also be of great benefit to his future cultivation. But when the old hunter quoted an astonishing price of 50 gold coins, Gufeng's face immediately turned red. 50 gold coins, even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be worth this price. He hung his head dejectedly, pulling Yunxing to leave. Wait, Yunxing couldn't bear to see Gufeng sad. Moreover, a unicorn's magic beast bone was really something that could only be found by chance. She had a premonition that this magic beast bone was likely to bring about an astonishing change to Gufeng. Little girl, you don't have to bargain with me. For this unicorn, my brothers and I have been stationed in the wild swamp beast valley for more than 2 months. We waited until this young unicorn was alone before we had the opportunity to hunt it down. For it, we also paid a painful price. The old hunter's weather-beaten face revealed some lingering fear. Unicorns were a very unique species of magic beasts. They liked to live in groups. Although they were only 5th-ranked magic beasts, when they encountered an enemy, they would launch a terrifying light elemental illusion magic. Ordinary magic beasts, warriors, and mages were simply not their opponents. Uncle, we don't have that much money, but I can use finished products to exchange with you. A large amount of improved hemostatic agents and some meditation water. Yunxing hurriedly took out her remaining hemostatic agents and meditation water. The quality of the finished products that Yunxing took out made the old hunter look askance, but he still shook his head. 50 gold coins was already the lowest price. Yunxing. Let's forget it. I can find another magic scepter. Gufeng saw Yunxing frowning as she stared at the unicorn's magic beast bone. He felt more and more embarrassed. No, Gufeng. This magical beast bone belongs to you. Only you can use it. Yunxing seemed to have suddenly discovered something. She looked at the old hunter and said, Uncle, if I'm not mistaken, you were planning to use this bone to make a magic scepter for the magician in your team, right? Unfortunately, after killing the unicorn, you were cursed by the unicorn. I'm afraid that the magician is no longer in this world. You. How did you know? The old hunter's expression changed drastically. He looked at Yunxing in disbelief. He had never told anyone about the secret of this magical beast bone. As the descendant of the unicorn holy beast, the unicorn holy beast has a powerful magic that other magic beasts don't have, and that is the curse of bad luck. The hunting team that the old hunter was in thought that they could retreat unscathed after hunting the 10-year-old unicorn cub. Who would have thought that they would suffer an unprecedented loss on the way back? The hunters either fell ill or were injured for no reason. Especially the magician who killed the unicorn cub with his own hands, he died for no reason. Because of this unicorn magical beast bone was taken out to be resold. The old hunter planned to use the 50 gold coins from selling the magical beast bone as the magician's settlement fee. Yunxing remembered that when she bought the magic scepter earlier, her father, Yun Songhai, who had done a lot of research on magic scepters, had told her that among all the magic beasts, dark and light magic beasts were the closest to being divine beasts. To use a magic scepter made from the bones of these two magic beasts, one must be a magician of the same attribute or a magician of all attributes. Otherwise, even if the magician had fused with the magic scepter, after using it for a long time, the magic beast's residual elements in the magic scepter would invade the magician's body, causing death or injury. Yunxing had just used Shenong's pupil to look at the unicorn's bone. She found that there was not only a rich light magic element in the bone, there were also strands of black magic element that were like strands of hair. With her dark magic soul, she could immediately determine that it was dark magic element. It was very likely that the hunters had cruelly killed the unicorn cub, causing it to be filled with resentment before it died, leaving a trace of the curse of bad luck in the bone. If this trace of dark magic element could not be expelled, the user's fate would be the same as that of the hunter-magician. He was a light magician, no one is more suitable than him to use a magic scepter made from the bones of a light magic beast. I believe that the magician who had passed away also hoped that someone could subdue this murderous magic beast bone. In other words, this magic beast bone has no value in your hands. If you agree to let me have this magic beast bone, not only will I give you all the medicine, I can also provide free treatment for a year at the Little Rejuvenation Clinic. You should know that the doctor there is the former imperial physician of Zhou State, Fan Ji. Yun Xing unceremoniously used the name of Dr. Fan. She silently said in her heart, Dr. Fan, please don't blame me. I'm only helping Gufeng, that silly boy. Dr. Fan, who was in the clinic, felt an itch in his ear. He touched his nose and continued busying himself with treating the patients. The old hunter's expression was complicated as he considered it. But when he saw the hemostatic agent and meditation water, he thought about how the hunter team would be able to enjoy free treatment from an imperial physician for a year. He still gritted his teeth, all right, I'll agree to it. But I'll say this first. You know the situation with this magic beast bone. If something really happens, you can't hold me responsible. He saw that Yun Sheng and Gufeng were both from the Royal Magic Academy. He was afraid that if the two were killed by this magic beast bone, people from the academy would come knocking on his door. Life and death are predestined. We won't hold you responsible. Yun Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally bought this magic beast bone. After Gufeng received the magic beast bone, he was both excited and wary. On one hand, he was happy to have obtained this rare magic beast bone, but on the other hand, he was worried that this magic beast bone would really kill someone. Gufeng, I still want to discuss something with you. I want to refine this magic beast bone myself. When Yun Xing decided to buy this magic beast bone, she had already made up her mind to refine it herself. Only she could refine it to remove the dark elements inside. But Yun Sheng, you're still just a mage. What if? Gufeng didn't dare to say what if. He touched the magic beast bone with a face full of reluctance. But when he thought about it, this magic beast bone was bought by Yun Sheng. She was the one who paid for it. How could he object? He didn't know when he would be able to pay back the 50 gold coins. In the end, he still gave the magic beast bone to Yun Sheng. He didn't know why, but he felt that if Yun Sheng said she could do it, then she definitely could. Don't worry, I'll definitely refine a magic scepter for you. Yun Sheng comforted Gufeng. Chapter 105. When Yun Sheng and Gufeng returned to the public student dormitory, a figure was waiting at the door. She didn't need to look to know that it was Abandoned. Abandoned was a strange person. Other than the first time they met, Yun Sheng had never heard him speak. In the dark night, Abandoned's eyes were green, like a coiled viper. He glanced at Yun Sheng and Gufeng. Mentor Mary is looking for you. He used the word you, not us. Although they were both members of the 13 Magic Potion Group, Abandoned had never worked with Yun Sheng and Gufeng. He was the first to leave the public student dormitory every day and the last to return. No one knew where he went. After delivering the message, Abandoned left quietly. Damned brat, always running away by himself, Yun Sheng muttered. Yun Sheng, you can't blame Abandoned, Gufeng explained. Abandoned's background was quite pitiful. He had no family and had been alone since he was young. Although he was cold, he was a nice person. At that time, Gufeng was born with a stutter and poor chanting ability. In other magic potion groups, the mentors and members were not willing to accept him. Only Mentor Mary and Abandoned didn't despise Gufeng and accepted him. Every time someone bullied Gufeng, Abandoned would stop them. Gufeng said that Abandoned was just not used to having friends. Although Gufeng's family was poor, he lived in a large and healthy family. That was why he had such an optimistic and open-minded personality. This was also why Yun Sheng was willing to be friends with Gufeng. No matter what setbacks he faced, Gufeng could get by with a silly smile. Forget it, why throw a tantrum with a half-grown child? Yun Sheng mocked herself. The two of them arrived at Mentor Mary's residence. You two are too late. Mentor Mary's expression was not good. Ever since Yun Sheng and Gufeng defeated Song Jie's group, she had been happy for a few days. But tonight, her expression was gloomy, as if someone owed her hundreds of gold coins. Mentor, we went to the night market, Gufeng explained. You've been in the Royal Magic Academy for half a year and haven't made much progress in magic. You're still in the mood to stroll around? I just received news that this year's final assessment includes Magic Potion, Basic Magic and Magic Combat. Tsang Song is one of the examiners. The students who don't pass will be kicked out. No wonder Mentor Mary's expression was so ugly. She was always mocked at the end of the year's final assessment. The final examination of the Royal Magic Academy was held once a year. It was an examination of the cultivation of the entire academy. The Magic Potion and Magic and Combat Department to compete in the final assessment. Before Yun Sheng's arrival, the 13 Magic Group was already at the bottom of the pack. Instructor Mei Li did not want to be at the bottom of the pack in the final exam. Mentor Mary had originally planned to regain some face in this final assessment. Who knew that Tsang Song would be chosen as the examiner? She was especially worried about Gufeng. That kid's chanting was too weak and could not cast a complete spell. This was no doubt disadvantageous to him in the final assessment. If the members of Group 13 were to fall into Tsang Song's hands, they would not be able to get away with it. She even suspected that Tsang Song would secretly play tricks on them. Ah! Then what do we do? Gufeng began to sweat when he heard about the final assessment. The three of you, from tomorrow onwards, prepare to undergo hellish training. Those who do not meet the requirements are not allowed to sleep, rest or eat. The training includes magic memorization, small magic tests and magic combat. Especially you, Gufeng. If you are at the bottom of the pack again, there is no need to wait until the end of the year. I will directly kick you out of Group 13. Mentor Mary frowned. Yun Sheng, you stay for now. As the three of them prepared to leave, Mentor Mary called out to Yun Sheng. Ever since she found out that Yun Sheng was Yun Sanghai's daughter, Mary's attitude towards Yun Sheng was not like that of a mentor towards a student, but more like that of an elder towards a junior. I heard that your performance in the magic combat class was not bad. How do you feel about it? How is your mastery of the elementary magic? Mary was not worried about Yun Sheng in any way. She believed that Brother Yun's daughter's talent was not bad. My proficiency in magic has increased a lot, especially after the battle. I have comprehended more. I have basically mastered all the major elementary magic of the nature attribute. Yun Sheng's magic skills had indeed improved a lot. She had Shenong's pupil and Trillium's hand as her foundation, and she also had the magic scepter blessed by the elves in her hand. Her speed in dodging and using magic was faster than others. I heard that you have not formally attended a magic potion class. During this period, you should learn from Gufeng how to concoct potions of agility and detoxification potions. He has some talent in magic potions. After watching the battle between Yun Sheng and Song Jia, Mentor Mary also felt that Yun Sheng only lacked actual combat experience. Her comprehension of magic was very high, and it was too much of a waste for her to only practice elementary magic. Yun Sheng secretly stuck out her tongue. If Mentor Mary knew that she had just concocted a bottle of mid-grade agility potion this afternoon, who knew what kind of expression she would have. However, it was better for her not to talk about this for now. I have here the magic scrolls for the intermediate earth magic, earth escape, and the fire magic, fire net recovery. Learn as much as you can before the intermediate examination, Instructor Mary said as she handed Yunxing 2 magic scrolls. A magic scroll was also a type of magic tool. It was a special scroll used to record magic on the boundless continent. It was written using magic elements. Not only did it record the secrets of practicing magic, it could also display magic images. However, the price of a magic scroll wasn't cheap, because it was said that only magi who had reached the level of Saint Magi could make magic scrolls. An intermediate magic scroll was worth at least 100 gold coins. Teacher Mary had taken out 2 magic scrolls in one go. This was truly an eye-opener for the miser Yunxing. Yunxing didn't know that being a magic apothecary was a very profitable profession. Teacher Meili was a rich woman. These 2 magic scrolls aren't given to you for free. You have to promise me that in this year's final examination, you will do your best to protect Gufeng, Teacher Meili said seriously. Ah! Yunxing didn't react. Gufeng has a lot of potential. For the 13 magic potion groups, he is very likely to be an extremely important person for your growth in the next few years. Therefore, before he grows up, you and Abandon must protect him well. I have also said the same thing to Abandon. The 13 magic potion groups are a whole, and no one can leave each other, Teacher Meili solemnly exhorted. What Teacher Meili didn't know was that her words tonight would affect Yunxing and Abandon for a long time in the future. Even when the 3 of them grew up to be the top existences in the continent, when their friendship faced the test of life and death, the 3 of them didn't give up on each other. Yunxing solemnly nodded, tightly holding the 2 magic scrolls. Chapter 106. Yunxing returned to the dormitory after receiving the 2 intermediate magic scrolls from Mentor Mary. Gufeng and Abandon had already gone to bed. The room was dark. Yunxing used Cloud Dream and Icy Sleep. Her body emitted a faint blue light as she entered a state of deep meditation. In the state of deep meditation, she only needed an hour to recover her physical state. She didn't need any extra sleep at all. Since she had promised Mentor Mary, she would make full use of these 2 magic scrolls. In the following time, Yunxing had to step up her practice while taking care of the public herb field. She had to defend the glory of Group 13 in the final magic assessment of the year magic. 1 hour later, Yunxing's eyes were shining. She quietly left the public student dormitory and hurried to the magic tower. The moment Yunxing left, Abandon, who was lying on the lower bunk, also got up. His faint green eyes flashed with a trace of fluctuation. His clothes fluttered as he followed Yunxing out of the dormitory. In the dark night of Rumo, there was not a trace of stardust in the sky. Yunxing once again came to the magic tower. The old magician guarding the tower didn't seem surprised that someone would come in this hour. He still used a wooden tone to read Yunxing's magic card and asked Yunxing how long she would practice. 4 hours. Can I continue to choose Magic Space 204? After Yunxing had Tai Lang's 12-hour intermediate magic card, she had more time to practice. However, 4 hours at a time was indeed a big deal. Yunxing counted silently in her heart. 8 hours, just enough time for the sun to rise. With the addition of her magic soul, the time she could stay in the magic tower was equivalent to 40 hours, which was close to 2 days. She hoped that this extravagant cultivation would allow her to learn one of the 2 intermediate magic spells. When Yunxing had obtained the intermediate magic scroll, she had already thought about it. With her current magic cultivation, it would be very difficult for her to learn intermediate magic. However, if she were to enter the Mana Tower, she might be able to comprehend it even faster with the help of the Mana Tower's abundant mana. Magic Crystal Key for Magic Space 204. As usual, when the time is up, crush the key and return the way you came. The old magician said as he handed the key to Yunxing and closed his eyes to take a nap. There didn't seem to be many people in the Mana Tower at night. Yunxing opened the mana space, and just as she entered, she felt vigorous mana fluctuations. "Oh, my dear master." The egg pops appeared amidst the colorful magical elements. After not seeing it for a while, its egg had grown bigger. Now, it was as big as a duck egg. Hey, did you run around?" Yunxing breathed a sigh of relief. She had been on tenterhooks leaving the puffed egg in the mana tower, worried that this egg would cause trouble. Hey, I'm a good egg." The puffed egg had an obedient look on its face. "Remember, when I'm not around, you can't run around," Yunxing warned the puffed egg. Seeing that the mana tower was so abundant with mana elements, Yunxing secretly thought to herself that next time, she would think of a way to bring Xiao He in as well. Yunxing took out the intermediate magic scroll that recorded the intermediate magic fire net and opened it. After a burst of mana fluctuations, a hollow and ethereal voice sounded in her ears. The voice seemed to penetrate directly into Yunxing's magic spirit. "Fire net, intermediate fire magic, range attack magic. The user has to be proficient in controlling the fire magic elements." A real mage wearing a robe appeared in front of Yunxing. His face was blurry, but the magic scepter in his hand had 3 red magical beast soul stones flashing on it, indicating that he was a master magic caster. Magic elements were released as he chanted. The elements twisted together like countless ropes of fire, forming a fire net. The real mage continuously released intermediate magic spells. His chanting was strong and clear, as if it was branded in Yunxing's mind. Although it was only a magic image formed by the magic scroll, the magic released was incomparably real. The flames of the fire net burned Yunxing's skin and hair. She had no choice but to release water-type magic elements to resist the scorching heat wave that was like a fire scene. Forcefully suppressing the shock in her heart, Yunxing's pupils contracted. She carefully observed the mage's movements, every chant, every detail of his movements, and every control of the magic elements. The chanting of intermediate magic spells was much more complicated than that of beginner magic. Even Yunxing only dared to practice intermediate magic after observing it 3 times. However, when Yunxing stuttered the chanting, she found that more than half of the magic elements in her body had been consumed. Releasing an intermediate magic spell actually consumed magic elements just by chanting. The moment the magic elements in her body were completely consumed, Yunxing finally released a fire net the size of a palm. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the mage in the magic scroll raised his magic scepter. Unexpectedly, a fireball was thrown at her. F***ck, Yunxing was already exhausted. Before she could dodge, the fireball hit her squarely. There was a burnt smell all over her body. Yunxing was finally exhausted. Her limbs felt like they were filled with lead. She fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. The mage in the magic scroll actually took the initiative to attack people. Did he have to be so perverted? Yunxing naturally did not know that the academy's notoriously stingy teacher Mary gave out things that not everyone could accept. A cool and refreshing jade marrow technique flowed out from the Shinong medical bangle on her wrist. It healed Yunxing's body that was covered in blisters from the burns. The charred skin peeled off and new, tender skin grew. After recovering her strength, Yunxing stood up once again. She raised the magic scepter in her hand and chanted repeatedly. Her sweat was dried up. The fire net in front of her was like a tall mountain. She had to climb over it. Bang! Several streaks of flame shuttled back and forth like spiritual snakes. In the magic scroll, it was as if a pair of invisible hands were weaving, forming a gorgeous fire net. This time, the perverted magic scroll did not release a fireball. The mage's figure was sucked into the magic scroll, and the magic scroll fell to the ground. Her knees were weak. Yunxing only knew that at this moment, she did not even bother to lift her eyelids. Cultivating a higher level of magic not only required a higher level of control over the magic elements, it was also a great challenge to one's physical and mental strength. Yunxing, who had exhausted both her mental and physical strength, unconsciously entered the cloud dream ice sleep state. Inside her body, her magic spirit was also crazily absorbing the magic elements around her. Yun Sheng was completely focused on cultivating intermediate magic. She did not notice that the puffed egg, who had been observing from the side, had sneakily hid in a corner. Its pair of restless wings were flapping restlessly. Chapter 107. While Yun Sheng was practicing intermediate magic, the puffed egg was flipping around in the magic space. "Dear Master, what are you doing? Why do you want to learn such low-level magic? It's so boring." The puffed egg yawned in boredom. It secretly came up with a naughty idea. "Why don't I walk around? Master said that when she wasn't around, I can't walk around. Now that she's here, it means that I can walk around." After using the logic of an egg to misinterpret the meaning of its master, the naturally active puffed egg happily decided that it wanted to walk around in the magic tower. Staying in the magic tower for a day without running around could be considered to have extinguished the nature of the puffed egg. After thinking of an excuse for itself, it tiptoed to the corner of the magic space. Its egg body was close to the wall of the magic space, and its body quickly became one with the wall of the magic space. The magic restriction wall that even the Academy's master magus couldn't open was like a thin piece of paper in front of the puffed egg. After leaving magic space number 204, the puffed egg was like playing a game, constantly jumping up and down through the walls and ceiling. However, Yun Sheng, who was concentrating on learning intermediate magic, didn't notice at all. The puffed egg hid its body and jumped all the way to the first floor of the magic tower. The sky was already hazy and a little bright, but the withered old magus was still resting with his eyes closed. "High-level magic card, 5 hour." A deep voice was heard, and a magus dressed as a mentor walked in. He took out a magic card and handed it to the old magus. "Magic space number 608, 5 hour." The old magus said, and used all his magic to swipe the card, erasing 5 points of magic. "Chen Liang, you're already a master magus, why did you come to the magic tower?" "Sacred teacher Jean, I want to forge a magic weapon in the magic tower." The master magician named Chen Liang was one of the instructors of the Royal Magic Academy's combat department. On the boundless continent, the level of a magic academy depended not only on the results of the students, but also on the number of sacred magi within the academy. To be called a sacred teacher by a master magician, this old mage who was guarding the magic tower was actually a sacred magician. The old magician nodded his head. It turned out that the magic tower was not only used for cultivation, but it was also a good place to refine magic tools and draw magic light axes. The magic fluctuations here were very clear, which would help a magician to concentrate and create magic tools and light axes. However, this secret was only known to a small number of teachers in the Royal Magic Academy. Chen Liang had a student who was about to become an intermediate student and needed to participate in the academy's training outside. He wanted to refine a magic artifact, so he spent 5 hours to refine it. After obtaining the magic key, Chen Liang headed to the 6th floor of the magic tower. That card? The puffed egg thought for a moment. It seemed that its dear master also had a card, and it seemed to be something good. If Puff brought these cards back, Master would definitely like Puff even more. The puffed egg sneakily followed behind Chen Liang and jumped to the 6th floor of the magic tower. Chen Liang did not even notice that a magic beast was following him. He had been to the magic tower countless times, but he had never thought that someone would bring a magic beast into the tower. As soon as Chen Liang entered the magic space, he began to concentrate on refining the magic artifact. Refining a magic artifact was not something that could be distracted, so Chen Liang focused all his attention on his magic materials. The puffed egg made a slurping sound as its wings brushed against Chen Liang's waist, and the high-level magic card immediately fell into its wings. After succeeding, the puffed egg immediately rolled away. In the magic space of room 204, Yun Sheng, who had been in deep meditation for a long time, woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she only felt that her eyes and ears were unusually clear, and her limbs were also surging with a vitality that she had never felt before. Shenong pupil has broken through. Yun Sheng's eyes were flowing like colored glass stones. Her Shenong pupil had broken through during the mid-level magic cultivation just now, and now her Shenong pupil had reached the second level, insight. Where was the puffed egg? Yun Sheng found that the magic waves of the puffed egg had disappeared in the magic space of room 204. This egg that cheated its master. Yun Sheng cursed, and the magic waves on the walls of the magic space spread out. A round and plump egg came out of the hole. The restriction placed near the magic space was ineffective against puff egg. Yun Sheng was secretly shocked. Without waiting for her to ask, the puffed egg pounced on her. "Dear master, puff egg brought back a gift for you." The puffed egg looked at its master's gloomy little face, and the egg skin bumps that had drilled out of its eggshell, and felt a chill in its heart. It hurriedly took out a few magic cards as if presenting a treasure. Seeing the magic cards, Yun Sheng's eyebrows twitched. "Where did you get them?" "I picked them up from the 6th, 4th, and 3rd floors." The puffed egg proudly described the story of how it had gone out for a stroll, shuttled through different magic spaces, and met several mages who were cultivating and refining magic tools, and stole the magic cards from them. "You call that picking them up?" Yun Sheng considered whether she should crack open the puffed egg's eggshell head and teach it what stealing meant. Yun Sheng said helplessly, "Puff puff, you can't take these magic cards. The magic cards in the academy are all registered. Even if you picked up other people's cards and gave them to me, it's useless. I can't use them in the magic tower." "Why can't you use them?" "Puff Puff said you can use them." The puffed egg didn't understand. It copied the old mage's actions and wiped its wings on the magic cards, and the names on the cards instantly disappeared. Yun Sheng was surprised and pleasantly surprised. She realized that she seemed to have underestimated her precious egg. With this precious egg, it meant that she would have an endless source of magic cards. The magic cards that had their names erased were in the anonymous form. Among them, there were 2 mid-level magic cards, and the rarest one was the high-level magic card that she had obtained from Chenliang. That was a high-level card that could be used to reach the 5th and 6th floors of the magic tower. However, Yun Sheng didn't dare to use the high-level magic card at the moment. After all, she was only a beginner student. If she used a high-level magic card on her own accord, it would very likely attract suspicion. Looking at the hour, Yun Sheng had used up about 5 hours, and this was only after the addition of magic time. This meant that Yun Sheng still had 15 hours. According to the puffed egg, Chenliang had come to the magic tower just now to refine a magic weapon. It seemed that the magic tower could not only improve one's magic cultivation, but it could also increase the success rate of refining magic weapons. Speaking of magic weapons, Yun Sheng remembered the unicorn magic beast bone that she had bought in the night market. She had promised Gufeng that she would personally refine this cursed unicorn magic beast bone. She didn't want to cultivate another magic scroll today. Perhaps she could use tonight's opportunity to try refining a magic scepter. Chapter 108. A sorcerer who was not even 7 years old wanted to refine a magic weapon. This was something that almost everyone in the boundless continent had heard of. Normally, only a master sorcerer could attempt to create a magic weapon. This was not because a sorcerer could not create a magic weapon, but because the creation of a magic weapon required great control over the magical elements. 99% of sorcerers were new to magic and were unable to maintain a stable control over the magical elements. This could easily lead to instability of the magical elements during the creation process and damage the magic weapon. Yun Sheng learned about the creation of magic weapons from Granny Soaluo. When she received the enigmatic bone scepter, Yun Sheng had asked Granny Soaluo how an archmage like her could become the creator of a magic scepter. Granny Soaluo's answer was, "Do not fear the magical elements. Embrace the magical elements wholeheartedly and control them. You will obtain anything you want. It was also because of Granny Suo Luo's guidance that Yun Sheng had the bold idea of creating a magic scepter. She took out the unicorn's leg bone and a few wisps of flames shot out from her fingertips. In the flames, the flesh and tendons of the unicorn's leg bone were reduced to ashes, revealing the bone. Which of the 4 natural elemental spells should she use to create this magic scepter? Magic artifact crafting did not focus solely on the use of fire elements. Magic scepters created with different elements could have different magical attributes. Magic weapons created with fire would have higher magical attributes. Magic weapons created with wind would have greater control over magical elements. Magic weapons created with water would reduce the consumption of magical elements. Magic weapons created with earth would have more stable control over magical elements. Since it was a magic scepter for Gu Feng, it had to be combined with his personal characteristics. Yun Sheng, who had the calmness of a healer and the wisdom of an adult, was like a skilled craftsman, considering the needs of the user. The stability of magical control. As an immature light-type sorcerer, Gu Feng's control over magical elements was very poor. His personality was also not stable enough. What he needed was a magic scepter that could help him better control the light-type magical elements. Yun Sheng made up her mind. Earth-type magical elements surged out and enveloped the unicorn's bone. As the earth-type magical elements continued to circulate, the impurities in the unicorn's bone were slowly removed. The bone also became lighter and clearer. Suddenly, Yun Sheng's fingertips trembled. She felt a repulsive force coming from the bones of the magical beast. Her eyes flashed as she used Shenong's eye to observe. Yun Sheng noticed that there was a dark elemental element in the unicorn's bone. It was like a restless snake, constantly trying to break out of the earth-type magical element's encirclement. This dark elemental element was the cause of the hunter's death. Although it was only a small amount of the dark elemental element, its power to be underestimated. Yun Sheng could feel that under its influence, her earth magic elements were being disrupted. You of the world of the world. Yun Sheng became braver with every setback. Not only did she not show any fear, she suddenly exerted her strength. The 5-colored magic soul in her body burst out with an astonishing amount of magical elements. That wisp of dark elemental element was like a flood, instantly swallowed by Yun Sheng's enormous magic soul. The instant the dark elemental element in the unicorn's bone was swallowed, the dark magic soul in her body showed signs of growth. All along, among Yun Sheng's 5-colored magic soul, the dark magic soul's growth was the slowest. Because the other 4-colored magic souls could be replenished by absorbing the elements of wind, earth, water, and fire from nature. Only the dark magic soul, Yun Sheng did not have any materials that she could obtain. After the dark elemental element was absorbed, the refining of the unicorn's bone scepter became simple. Yun Sheng sketched the final shape of the scepter in her mind. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. A full 5 hours passed. When the tip of Yun Sheng's nose was covered in sweat, the unicorn bone in her hand made a buzzing sound like a bee flapping its wings. The moment the buzzing sound appeared, the colorful magical elements in Magic Space 204 seemed to be attracted by a huge magnet and poured into the unicorn's bone. The blinding light caused Yun Sheng's pupils to contract involuntarily. She saw that within the magical light, a brilliant golden magic scepter had formed. When the light dissipated, Yun Sheng took a closer look. What a good magic scepter! The size and shape of the scepter did not change much, but the body of the scepter was smooth like jade. It was completely different from when it was covered in blood. Magic stability increased by 50%, and there is a 30% chance of triggering a magic critical hit. I believe Granny Suo Luo will be satisfied when she sees this magic scepter. Yun Sheng wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. Her pair of beautiful eyes shone brightly. After refining the magic scepter, Yun Sheng closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing for a moment. Then, she practiced the various elementary spells and the intermediate fire spells that she had just learned. After making sure that she was able to skillfully switch between various beginner spells and cast the intermediate spell of Fire Net Recovery once, all of her mana was consumed. Only then did Yun Sheng contentedly crush the magic key and leave the 204 mana space. After learning the lesson of stealing gold that was found, Yun Sheng didn't dare to leave the Egg of Love alone in the magic tower this time. She had to at least wait until the limelight of the magic card theft incident had passed before she dared to release the Egg of Love. When she reached the first floor, Yun Sheng was just about to leave when she heard the sound of footsteps coming from the top of the magic tower. A teacher ran down. That teacher was sweating profusely and anxiously asked the old magician, "Sacred teacher, did you see my high-level magic card? I just finished refining my magic weapon and when I turned around, my magic card was gone." Another magic card gone. Just now, 2 intermediate students came down and said that they lost their magic cards. Think carefully, did you lose your magic card somewhere? The old magician was also confused. He had been guarding the magic tower for so long and had never heard of so many people losing their magic cards in a day. But what was the use of that person stealing a magic card? In the entire academy, other than him, no one else could change the name on the magic card. While the old magician and the teacher who lost their magic card were discussing, Yun Sheng immediately slipped out of the magic tower. Phew, that was close. I was almost discovered. I'll give the magic scepter to Gufeng first. If that kid sees his new magic scepter, he will go crazy with joy. Yun Sheng revealed a smile. She stretched her stiff limbs and walked towards the public student dormitory. Chapter 109. When Gufeng saw the magic scepter, his eyes widened in disbelief. He was so nervous that he didn't even know where to put his hands and feet. Even with his poor eyesight, he could see that this magic scepter was much better than the one he had destroyed earlier. He didn't expect that Yun Sheng could actually refine such a good magic scepter in just one night. Unable to reject Yun Sheng's kindness, Gufeng took the scepter. Just as he held the magic scepter in his hand, he felt a burst of heat on his right arm. His clumsy fingers strangely became nimble. He calmed his mind and recited a detoxification spell. Although he felt that it was much easier for him to gather the magical elements, his stuttering recitation still hindered the effect of the spell. Yun Sheng frowned. It seemed that Gufeng's stuttering was a big problem. But Gufeng himself was already very satisfied. In the past, when he didn't have a magic scepter, his detoxification spell would only succeed once out of 5 times. Just now, he only needed to use 2 times to succeed. This magic scepter was too amazing. Gufeng was stunned, and a wave of ecstasy surged like a tide. Yun Sheng carefully watched Gufeng's recitation process. Just as Teacher Mary said, Gufeng didn't lack magical talent, but he lacked confidence and stability. His stuttering was normal, but when he recited, his stuttering was very serious. In a battle, this was fatal. The opponent was enough to kill Gufeng countless times in the process of failing to recite a spell. Perhaps, this weakness of Gufeng could be made up for with the magical beast soul stone. Yun Sheng stroked her chin, thinking about what kind of magical beast soul stone to find for Gufeng. That kind of magical beast didn't need to be very powerful, but it had to be fast enough in its recitation. After all, no one would expect a light magician to charge and break through enemy lines. When he heard that Yun Sheng wanted to find another soul stone for him, Gufeng shook his head like a rattledrum. No. Soul stones are too expensive. I can't afford it. Obtaining soul stones was nothing more than buying them or hunting them. Teacher Mary had been researching new potions for a while now, so she couldn't divert her attention to take Gufeng to hunt a suitable magical beast alone to obtain soul stones. The only thing left seemed to be to buy soul stones from crystal or magic scepter shops. However, the effect of the soul stone would be greatly reduced, and the price would be ridiculously high. It was definitely not something a poor kid like Gufeng could afford. "I know a place where you can buy relatively cheap soul stones," Abandon's deep voice interrupted. According to Teacher Mary, before the final assessment, the members of the 13 magical potion groups had to be like 3 grasshoppers tied to the same straw, advancing and retreating together. Under the pressure, Abandon had no choice but to hang out with Yunsheng and Gufeng. He also saw how Gufeng used the new magic scepter just now. Yunsheng and Gufeng both stared at Abandon in amazement, as if his initiative to speak was a wonder of heaven and earth like the red rain under the heavens. Under the dark green magician's robe, Abandon was a little uncomfortable under their stares. Wanlong Gambling House. Yunsheng finally knew why Abandon often disappeared in the middle of the night and during the day. Other than going to class, he was nowhere to be seen. This little brat actually had a part-time job outside the academy, and it was in the largest gambling house in Jade Capital. As a public student, it was normal for them to be short of money. For a doctor like Yunsheng, who had a specialty, they didn't have to worry about food. However, for most public students, making money was always a big problem that needed to be solved. The maintenance of the magic scepter, the purchase of soul stones, and the materials for refining magical potions, all of these required money. Abandon was an orphan and had no family support at all. Relying on the allowance of the public students in the academy was obviously not enough for his expenses. After nightfall, the Wanlong Gambling House, as the busiest gambling house in Jade Capital, had just started to get lively. The Wanlong Gambling House was a famous gambling den in the city. It was 4 stories high, and the guests it received ranged from commoners to aristocrats to rich merchants from other countries. Even magicians, warriors, and summoners were their guests. The glazed roof tiles and gold-lacquered pillars were resplendent. The floor tiles were made of pure gold, and the walls were engraved with illumination magic formations. The place operated all night, and there were as many as 10,000 gamblers entering and leaving. When Gufeng first heard that they were going to the gambling house, he was shocked. Under Yunsheng's coaxing and pestering, he dawdled and followed them to the Wanlong Gambling House. In order to conceal themselves, Yunsheng and Gufeng wore the same magic cloak as Abandon and walked into the Wanlong Gambling House. Once they entered the gambling house, Yunsheng realized that the surroundings were unusually lively. There were all kinds of people, and Abandon's eye-catching dark green magic cloak didn't attract much attention in the gambling house. "Abandon, you're here." When the people of the Wanlong Gambling House saw Abandon, they greeted him familiarly. In a place like the Wanlong Gambling House, there were all kinds of guests, and there were even those who caused trouble after losing money. The reason why the Wanlong Gambling House was able to stand firm in Jade Capital was because it had a powerful guard team that looked after the place. In the guard team, most of them were warriors, but there were also magicians and summoners. Abandon was one of them. He came to the gambling house to look for a part-time job before the new year. At that time, the guards of the gambling house saw that he was young and was only an ordinary magician, so they mocked him on the spot for not knowing what was good for him. Who knew that Abandon just waved his living snake staff, and the guy who mocked him the loudest turned into a pool of pus. Since then, Abandon had stayed behind. This kid didn't talk much, and his identity was mysterious. Most people guessed that he was still a student in the Magic Academy, but every time someone caused trouble in the gambling house, he was the first to act. His actions were vicious and ruthless. After a while, he became a little famous among the guards of the gambling house. Now, no one mocked him because of his young age. In the boundless land, powerhouses were everything. Even if one side was an old man and the other was a child, as long as one side was powerful, they had to bow down and call themselves a junior. "I brought 2 friends here. They want to go up to the 4th floor to participate in the stone gambling banquet." Abandon's tone was still cold. The Wanlong Gambling House was divided into 4 floors. The first floor was open to ordinary poor people, the second floor was open to rich guests who had more than 10,000 gold coins in chips, and the third floor was open to royalty and nobles who had scholarly achievements. As for the fourth floor, most of the people in Xingjing couldn't go up there, no matter how rich they were. Only warriors, magicians, or summoners could go up to the fourth floor with their identity cards. That was because there was a very special gambling method there, and that was stone gambling. The stone gambling in the boundless world was not like the modern stone gambling that Yunxing knew. What was being gambled was jade, agate, and the like. The stone gambling here referred to soul stones. Only those who were qualified to use soul stones could go up to the fourth floor of the Wanlong gambling house to gamble with soul stones. Abandon didn't know the specific gambling method. He only heard from the guards that if they were lucky, they could buy high-quality soul stones at a very low price in the Wanlong gambling house. Therefore, he brought along the confused Yunsheng and Gufeng. Chapter 110. Abandon asked around and found out that there would be a stone gambling banquet after 9 p.m. tonight. Coincidentally, there was a drunkard causing trouble on the second floor of the gambling house, so Abandon went up. Seeing that it was still early for an hour, Yunsheng and Gufeng strolled around the first floor. The first floor of Wanlong gambling house was open to commoners, so the first floor was the largest and had the most people. There were shouts and curses, as well as the sound of piles of silver and gold coins splashing like flowing water. Yunsheng and Gufeng had never been to a gambling house before, so they couldn't take their eyes off it. After watching for a while, Yunsheng realized that the type of gambling on the boundless continent was pitifully monotonous compared to the modern world. There were only two types of gambling devices here. One was the flower cards, and the other was the simplest dice. The game was nothing more than comparing the number of points and the size of the dice. Yunsheng looked at the pairs of gold and silver coins. Under the illumination of the magic array, it was dazzling, and she couldn't help but feel a little itchy. The money she had earlier was all used to buy the unicorn magic beast bone. The money for the new batch of hemostatic flowers and meditation water hadn't been brought over yet. She could be considered to be penniless right now. Although she didn't know how the stone gambling banquet would be conducted, it was bound to cost some money. She might as well take advantage of this time to win some money in the gambling house. Yunsheng touched her purse. There were only 5 or 6 silver coins in it. It wasn't even enough to buy some money. She did have a few magic cards, but it was a pity that they couldn't be circulated outside. Gufeng, do you have any money with you? Yunsheng was a little regretful. She should have borrowed some money from Abandon when he was around. That kid worked part-time in the gambling house and was a ruthless character. He definitely had a lot of money on hand. No, you know that I'm very poor. Gufeng had to save some money for his monthly food expenses. Under the magic cloak, Yunsheng's eyes darted around. She found a person from Wanlong gambling house. Internal credit. The man from Wanlong gambling house who was stopped by Yunsheng immediately understood, yes, anyone who works in the gambling house can borrow 1,000 silver coins a month. 1,000 silver coins was equivalent to 100 gold coins. Then let's put it on credit for 1,000 gold coins and put it under Qi's name, Yunsheng quickly agreed. Just now, Yunsheng and Gufeng followed Abandon into the Wandong casino, and both of them were wearing magician's cloaks. Abandon's reputation in the Wandong casino was quite good, so the casino was not worried that he would owe money. Besides, there was no risk in giving the money to 2 mages on credit. The people of Wanlong gambling house thought about it and gave Yunsheng 100 gold coins on credit. When Gufeng saw this, he was shocked. Yunsheng, this is not good. 100 gold coins, if we lose, where will we get the money to pay back? If we lose, we can stay and be the casino's guard. Anyway, I know ancient medicine, and you know magic treatment. Yunsheng rubbed her hands, her black eyes staring at the 100 gold coins that had just been sent over. Yunsheng dragged Gufeng to a gambling table for dice. When the gamblers at the table saw the two short mages, they all roared with laughter, "Go home and drink milk. The two of you can't even reach the gambling table." The two of them were only 6 or 7 years old, and their foreheads only reached the gambling table. After being laughed at, Gufeng's face turned red. "What are you laughing at?" Under the magic cloak, Yunxing scolded sternly. A green element came out from under her robe, and her feet levitated. She jumped onto the gambling table in one breath. Seeing that the other party used magic, the gamblers at the side all shut up. No one would be bold enough to laugh at a noble mage. The dealer at the gambling table hurried forward and asked, "Mages, how do you want to play? We'll bet on big or small. You shake the dice, and I'll bet." Yunxing stared at the two dice in the big bowl on the table. When the dealer saw that she was young, but her aura was comparable to that of an experienced gambler, he laughed and wiped the gambling table with his right hand. The slippery mouth of the bowl was firmly grasped in his hand, and he kept shouting, "By big or small. Once you're done, leave the hand." As he spoke, the dealer's 5 fingers exerted force at the same time. An invisible fighting aura surged into the bowl, and with a quick movement of his hands, the large bowl containing the dice began to spin like a top between his hands. The two dice began to spin along the smooth bowl, as if they were two barefooted dancers dancing in the air. The gamblers placed their bets, and the gamblers cheered. Gu Feng looked at the bowl in the banker's hand, which only had a shadow left. His mind was a mess. Sure enough, the bankers of this Wandong gambling house were all martial artists. The dealer in front of him seemed to be stronger than most of the people of the Wanlong guards. Looking at the dealer's movements, Yunxing thought to herself. In gambling, a portion of fighting energy was used to make the dice spin at a different speed, and the sound of the dice hitting the bowl was also different. For a commoner, it was difficult to guess the real number of dice in the hands of a warrior dealer. However, this was nothing to the current Yunxing. Her Shinong pupils could observe down to the smallest of hairs. Her pupils shrank slightly, and a golden light flashed. The dealer's movements fell into Yunxing's eyes, just like the slow motion of a movie. The numbers on the two spinning dice were also clearly visible. Only to hear a dong sound, the mouth of the bowl slammed on the table, startling the chips on the table to collapse. "I'll bet big." Yunxing casually tossed out 5 gold coins. The bowl opened, and 4, 5, 9, big. On the gambling table, there were mixed feelings. The winner happily took back double the chips, while the loser dejectedly looked at his hard-earned money being taken away. Life was full of ups and downs, and it was impossible to make money by gambling on the table. After a few more rounds, in order to prevent the people in the gambling house from being suspicious, Yunxing pretended to lose a few rounds. But most of the time, she was sure to win and not lose. Around 7 o'clock, Yunxing's 100 gold coins had become 180 gold coins. When Gu Feng saw this, his saliva almost flowed out. They didn't spend a single cent of the 80 gold coins, and they actually got it. This money came too easily. "Next, let me be the banker," Yunxing suddenly said. The speed of money coming in was too slow. Yunxing saw that the hour was almost up, and it was about time to show her true ability. Be the banker, this magician was really arrogant. The banker of the gambling house did not look too good. Because Yunxing's luck was not bad, after she won 7 or 8 rounds, several clever gamblers followed her to bet. Like this, a large amount of gold coins had been imperceptibly lost on this table. What a reckless guy, he was actually arrogant enough to want to be the banker. "Good, I'll see how you lose so much that you can't even wear your pants." The dealer secretly laughed. The dealer of the gambling house was also forthright. He pushed the dice and bowl in front of Yunxing. Yunxing grabbed the bowl with her bare hands and held it tightly in her hand. The bowl was even bigger than her palm. Sad, in the days when there was no money, the big lady was soft and looked at us. Chapter 111. On the second floor of Wanlong Casino, a bandit had just subdued the drunkard and gambler who was making trouble. He followed several people from Wanlong's guards downstairs. Just as he reached the stairs, he heard a commotion. Someone is making trouble. Having stayed in Wanlong Casino for a few months, a bandit, who was already familiar with the unusual movements of the casino, exchanged glances with several gamblers. Hurrying forward, he saw that the gambling tables on the bustling casino on the first floor were now empty. In the center of the first floor, there was a crowd of people at a gambling table, and there were continuous cheers and applause. "Abandon, the two magicians you brought." When the people of Wanlong Casino saw Abandon, it was as if they had seen their savior. What happened to them? Abandon's heart tightened. Mentor Mary said that the three people of Group 13 of Magic Medicine would be one in the future. What happened to the two of them just now? Where did you find them? The one in the gray robe is too powerful. Wang Lao San has already lost 13 houses to him, and the casino has already lost more than 10,000 gold coins. The people of Wanlong Casino only hoped that Abandon could get rid of the plague as soon as possible. Lose? Where did they get the money? Abandon didn't believe that a person like Gufeng would have the money to gamble in a place like Wanlong Casino. Even if he sold Gufeng, it wouldn't be a fraction of 10,000 gold coins. On credit in your name. The people of Wanlong Casino's answer made Abandon's body stiffen. Yun Sheng. Without guessing, Abandon knew who the culprit was. For the first time in his life, a wave of anger rushed up from the soles of his feet. That damned Yun Sheng. Abandon's whole body was covered with a layer of evil spirit, which scared the gamblers and the people of the casino to the side into retreating. The crowd dispersed in a flurry. The scene at the gambling table in front of him suddenly became clear. At the gambling table, Yun Sheng had already changed her stool and stepped on it. In front of her was a tall pile of chips. Gufeng's short and fat figure was completely submerged, and only the top of his head could be seen. Losing money in the gambling house was not a big deal. What was more important was that the other gamblers had also lost a lot of money. After a while, Yun Sheng and Yi Xi had already won more than 30,000 gold coins. Her hand. Abandoned, and the group of casino guards behind him all gasped in shock. Yun Sheng was shaking the dice, but even with hundreds of pairs of eyes present, no one could see clearly how her hand moved. The bowl in her hand was only left with a white shadow. Bystanders had no way of seeing how the bowl was shaken, let alone hearing the sound of the dice. Old gamblers knew that dice were the simplest gambling tool. If the dealer wanted to win, he had to rely on his ears and hands. Yun Sheng's hand speed was astonishingly fast. Even the veteran gamblers present could not hear clearly how big or small it was. Place your bets. Under Yun Sheng's cloak, a pair of sparkling eyes was revealed. It could be imagined that her mouth was full of smiles at this moment. She lost again. Soon, more than 3,000 gold coins were added to the 30,000 gold coins. I'm not playing anymore, I'm not playing anymore. Yun Sheng also noticed Abandon, who was standing not far away, and the people of the casino who looked as if their mothers had died. Yun Sheng wasn't a gambler. She relied on her pair of trillium hands and Shenong eyes to win money. More than 30,000 gold coins were enough to pay for the next stone gambling banquet. Yun Sheng didn't want to be blacklisted by Wanlong Casino because of this. Seeing that Yun Sheng wasn't playing anymore, the people of Wanlong Casino heaved a deep sigh of relief. They hurriedly exchanged the chips that Yun Sheng and the others had won into money. Honorable guest, here is a total of 33,500 gold coins. May I ask if you want to exchange them into gold coins or the Wuji card? The people of the casino were really convinced by Yun Sheng now. The status of a magician might be very honorable, but in front of these desperate gamblers, they were only strong. However, a magician with superb gambling skills was very impressive. In their hearts, Yun Sheng's status had undoubtedly jumped by 3 levels. She had jumped to the position of a powerful magician that was even higher than Abandon. The Wuxia card was a kind of currency card jointly issued by the 5 most powerful countries on the boundless land. The basic unit was silver coins. According to the value of the coins, there were Wuxia gold cards and Wuxia purple cards. There was also a legendary Wuxia black card. With this kind of card, one could freely exchange for money in the banks of every major city. It was a very convenient card to carry around on the continent. Wanlong Bank provided the Wuxia gold card with a minimum deposit of 10,000 gold coins. Yun Sheng had suddenly become a rich woman with 30,000 gold coins. Withdraw 3,000 gold coins, and return 100 gold coins to the casino first. Then exchange the 30,000 gold coins into 3 Wuxia gold cards with our names as the signatures. Yun Sheng nimbly made a circle with her fingers, including Gufeng and Abandon. They had a share too. Gufeng and Abandon were stunned. The capital was given by Abandon. The chips were won by Gufeng and I together. We'll go through thick and thin together. We're in the same group. After Yunxing finished speaking, she wrapped up the 2,900 gold coins and threw it to Gufeng, who was still in a daze. Then, she gave a gold coin to the staff of the casino who had helped to exchange the coins. Yunxing's actions made the people of the casino have a good impression of her. A person who could still be so restrained in the face of such a big gamble was even more impressive. As for Qi, after hearing Yunxing's words, an indescribable feeling appeared in his heart, which had been cold for a long time. They were a team, sharing blessings and weathering misfortunes. They were companions, hours almost up. The stone gambling banquet should start. Abandon, you lead the way. The remaining 2,000 gold coins will be used as the foundation for the stone gambling banquet. Yun Sheng was very interested in the stone gambling banquet. Gufeng's eyes were red. He didn't push it around like he usually did. Gradually, he had already regarded Yun Sheng as his family. Although he hadn't known Yun Sheng for long, he understood her temper. She was a person who would do anything she wanted. If they didn't accept it, it would make her unhappy. Abandon was silent for a moment. After informing the people of the casino, they walked to the 4th floor of the Wandong Casino. After passing the 3rd floor, Yun Sheng realized that there was no staircase at the end of the 3rd floor that led to the 4th floor. At the end of the staircase, there was a magic array. The attributes of a magic array were differentiated by the color of the magic array. The 4 natural attributes were red, green, blue, and yellow. The magic array of the Wandong Casino obviously didn't belong to the 4 natural attribute magic arrays. Its color was gray. Gray belonged to the spacetime attribute of the secondary magic attribute. As they approached, the magic array fluctuated, and a medium-sized magic eagle flew out of the magic array. "It's the guardian beast of the magic array," Gufeng whispered. It was said that a skilled magician could use magic elements to simulate the shape of an object. The eagle was about half the height of a human. Although it was an imitation of magic, it looked very lifelike. Even the lines on its feathers were very clear. In fact, it was just an illusory monster that was simulated by magic elements. It swept its sharp gaze over the group of people. Abandon reminded them, "Bring your magic badges." Without magic, warrior badges, or summoner rings, they couldn't enter this space-time magic array that only guests with special status could enter. Yun Sheng and Gufeng knew that to enter the 4th floor of the Wandong Casino, they had to rely on the space-time magic array in front of them. It was the first time that both of them had experienced a space-time magic array, so they couldn't help but feel nervous. Chapter 112. Yun Sheng followed Abandon's instructions and wore the sorcerer's badge on her sorcerer's robe. Only then did the eagle that was transformed from magic retract its gaze. Yun Sheng, Gufeng, and Abandon walked into the magic array one after another. Yun Sheng didn't know about Abandon's situation, but this was the first time she and Gufeng had entered a teleportation magic array. Their bodies felt like they were being violently pulled by someone, and the magic runes in the magic array began to spin. Their feet felt like they were stepping on cotton. When their vision recovered, there was already a brightly lit hall in front of them. The fourth floor of Wanlong Gambling House was right in front of them. Wanlong Gambling House lived up to its name as the largest stone gambling banquet in the Jade capital. It was both safe and well protected. After passing through the teleportation magic array, no one knew if they were really in Wanlong Gambling House. Perhaps, they were already dozens of miles away from Wanlong Gambling House. Unlike the other 3 floors of Wanlong Gambling House, the hall in front of them was rectangular and extremely wide. It was 4 to 5 times the size of the first floor. A huge crystal magic lamp hung in the center of the hall, and in the center of the hall was a fountain of ice and fire. Snowflakes and flames constantly shot out from the fountain, creating a dreamy and beautiful scene that was comparable to fireworks. Other than the fountain, there were also a few dining tables that were cut out of crystal in the hall. Plates of exquisite and delicious pastries, tea, and wine from various places were placed on the side for the guests to enjoy. Yun Sheng and the other 2 didn't arrive early. There were already many warriors and sorcerers waiting in the hall. Yun Sheng, look, Gufeng muttered softly. Not far away, there was a person wearing a robe that was slightly different from ordinary sorcerers. He was wearing a ring on his hand. Yun Sheng recognized it at a glance. It was the summoning ring of the summoning office. It was a summoner. There was actually a summoner on the 4th floor of Wanlong Gambling House. It was a female summoner. She was scantily clad, only wearing short armor that exposed her navel. Her breasts were white, and she was wearing leather pants that outlined the perfect curves of her lower body. Beside the female summoner, there was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall. The burly man was holding 2 lead hammers that weighed dozens of kilograms. At first glance, one could tell that he was a martial artist with a high cultivation base. Looking at that martial artist's aura, Yun Sheng believed that among all the martial artists she knew, only Feng Kuo was slightly better than him. That must be a warrior's retainer. I heard that summoners have retainers who are responsible for guarding them when they are summoning. Gufeng was envious. They actually met a summoner at tonight's stone gambling feast. Even if they didn't buy a suitable soul stone, it was still a worthwhile trip. The surrounding magicians and warriors were vigilant and fearful as they looked at the summoner and warrior duo. Looking at the style of their clothing, they didn't look like people from Zhou State. They didn't know what they were doing at Wanlong Gambling House tonight. Yun Sheng put away her curiosity. She was more interested in the stone gambling feast that was about to begin. Yun Sheng used a small price of 1 gold coin to inquire about the specific content of the stone gambling feast from the enthusiastic staff of the gambling house. The so-called stone gambling feast was indeed different from the jadeite and jade gambling that Yun Sheng had heard of in her previous life. She didn't see any uncut stones. The stone gambling at the stone gambling feast was the soul stones of magical beasts. Soul stones were extremely precious to magicians, warriors, and even summoners. They could be used to replenish consumed magic elements and do qi, and could also be inlaid on weapons and scepters. Among them, the soul stones of wild magical beasts were the most precious. For every stone gambling feast, the Wanlong Gambling House would provide 10 demonic beasts. Most of these demonic beasts had already lost their ability to resist and were either dead or about to die. However, they would at least be hunted down within 24 hours. The soul stones on their bodies would also be the freshest. Their grades were not fixed, and the quality of the soul stones on their bodies was also not fixed. Wanlong Gambling House would not inform the guests of the specific grades of the magical beasts beforehand. They couldn't even guarantee that every magical beast would have a soul stone on them. The guests who came to the stone gambling feast would first take turns to admire these magical beasts, and then auction which magical beast they liked. Only the winner of the auction would get that magical beast. After Yun Sheng, Gufeng, and Abandoned heard this explanation, the three of them didn't expect that the so-called stone gambling feast would be like this. Then what if we wrongly estimate the grade of the magical beast and spend several or even hundreds of times the price to buy a magical beast without a soul stone? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Gufeng was the one who didn't know how to gamble the most among the three of them. He felt that such an auction was too risky. This is where the fun of the stone gambling feast lies. If it was like in the magical equipment store, where every soul stone was properly evaluated and priced, then there wouldn't be any fun in gambling. Wanlong Gambling House is all about gambling. Winning or losing depends on one's judgment. That person from the gambling house laughed. The stronger the person, the more arrogant and conceited they were. They always thought that what they believed was true. Those who could enter the fourth level of Wanlong Gambling House and participate in this so-called stone gambling feast were all warriors and magicians from Zhou State or Yujing City. They belonged to an extremely special group. What they really cared about was most likely not a soul stone of unknown grade. Sometimes, they just wanted to obtain a kind of recognition. According to that person from the gambling house, the winning and losing of this stone gambling feast was much greater than the gambling on the third level downstairs. It was the true source of wealth for Wanlong Gambling House. There was even an annual stone gambling feast where a soul stone king that was above level 9 had appeared. Someone became rich overnight at the stone gambling banquet, using a few dozen gold coins to buy a peak 6th level magical beast. Not to mention the magical beast's soul stone, just the skin, bones, and blood of that magical beast was enough to make him a fortune. However, there were also people who spent their entire fortune to buy a level 7 magical beast, but in the end, it was just an ordinary wild beast that didn't even have a soul stone. There were all kinds of rumors, from becoming rich overnight to going bankrupt. However, it added a layer of color to the stone gambling feast of Wanlong Gambling House, and attracted more and more magicians, warriors, and even summoners. Yun Sheng and the other two were the most inconspicuous among the magicians who participated in this stone gambling feast. The three of them were just new magicians, and didn't have any family background, let alone fame. The powerhouses waiting in the hall, including the female summoner, didn't even look at them. Yun Sheng, this is too unreliable, why don't we just take a look? Gufeng clicked his tongue. They were all young magicians and had never participated in outdoor adventures. Only the intermediate students of the Royal Academy would have a special course for identifying magical beasts. In Gufeng's eyes, magical beasts were not much different from the wild beasts in the mountains. Don't worry, after the magical beast is sent out, we will make a decision. Yun Sheng came tonight just to find a suitable magical beast's soul stone for Gufeng. She didn't expect to encounter such a unique stone gambling feast. She wanted to see what kind of magical beasts would appear at the stone gambling feast later. Today's chapters are 10,000, keep up the good work. Thank you Yu Fei, Yuya, Ah Meng, Ruoshi, Security Boy, Qin Kuang, and everyone for your recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and the extra chapters 10, I will work hard to pay them back. Chapter 113. Yun Sheng saw so many magicians and warriors outside the Royal Academy, especially magicians. Yun Sheng suspected that all the magicians in Xingjing City had already gathered here. Of course, most of them were warriors. After all, Zhou State was a country ruled by martial arts, so the number of warriors was still the majority. Yun Sheng's Shenong pupil had broken through the microscopic level and reached the level of insight. Therefore, when she looked at people, her eyes were very sharp. She could roughly see the cultivation level of most of the magicians and warriors present, as long as their cultivation level was similar to hers. She could not see through them unless they were warriors or magicians who were more than 2 levels higher than her. The strength of the warriors was uneven. There were martial masters and revered martial artists who were 1 level higher. Most of the magicians were the same. A small half of them were magicians, and there were also some great magicians and master magicians. However, there were also a few people that Yun Sheng could not see clearly. Among them, there was the female summoner and the retainer warrior beside her. Yun Sheng guessed that these two people either used some special magic or special combat skills to hide their strength. After Yun Sheng found out the strength of the guests present, she secretly calculated in her heart that she had to act in a low-key manner. Unless it was a last resort, she must not provoke these people. The stone gambling banquet has begun. The hall suddenly quieted down. During the time when Yun Sheng was observing, the guests gathered in twos and threes. Yun Sheng, Qi, and Gufeng chose an inconspicuous corner to stand. Boom! A magic fireball emerged from the ground. The fireball was like a ball of fireworks, exploding in the room. A magician wearing a magician's robe walked out of the fireball with a smile. The magician was a master magician. He had a handsome face and his eyes flashed with shrewdness. The warriors present disdainfully pursed their lips. What they hated most was magicians showing off their magic. Welcome to Wandong Casino. I am the magician of the casino, Longhua. As the largest casino in the city, the identity of the owner of Wandong Casino had always been discussed by the outside world. However, no one had actually seen the owner of Wandong Casino. However, he had heard that the owner was extremely powerful and wealthy. Not only did he have the Wanlong guards under him, but he also had several master magicians under him, namely Longhua, Long Bing, Long Tu, and Long Feng. Usually, the four master magicians would not appear in public. Only at this stone gambling banquet would one of them be seen. Longhua waved his hand. He saw a few strong martial masters carrying the demonic beasts out. In one night, a total of 20 magical beasts were auctioned. Just as they had heard earlier, most of the magical beasts that Yun Sheng and the others saw were either dead or had just died. If one were to touch them with their hands, they would find that most of the magic beasts' fur was still very soft and even warm. This proved that they had been killed not long ago. These magical beasts were of different sizes and species, but most of them had one characteristic, which was that they were in perfect condition. There was only one fatal wound on their body, either in the eye or in the mouth. In short, none of the wounds had damaged the integrity of the magical beasts. It could be seen that the people who had killed these magical beasts were all veterans. After seeing these magical beasts, Yun Sheng already had an impression in her mind that there should be an even larger hunting team behind the Wanlong gambling house. However, Yun Sheng also realized at the same time that the grades of these magical beasts were very difficult to distinguish. Take the first leopard-type magical beast that was carried out. It looked like a level 3 storm leopard, but it also looked like a level 5 thunder leopard. At a glance, it was very difficult to distinguish the level of the magical beast. Although there was only a difference of 2 levels between level 3 and level 5, the value of the soul stone was like heaven and earth. Needless to say, a level 3 storm leopard only had a 20% chance of producing a soul stone, while a level 5 thunder leopard had a 50% chance of producing one. There are a total of 20 magical beasts here, from big to small, and all of them are the freshest. Longhua guarantees with his dignity as a mage that as long as there are soul stones in their bodies, the fusion rate of the soul stones will be more than 50% after they are dug out. Longhua's voice rumbled, and his words clearly reached everyone's ears. The fresher the soul stone, the higher the fusion rate. The soul stone on Yun Sheng's enigmatic bone scepter that was accompanied by the great flame explosion had a very high fusion rate. The reason was that it was directly dug out from the magical beast's body and immediately fused with it. The 20 magical beasts were placed on the beautiful crystal table in the hall. Under the illumination of the magic array, it was very easy to give birth to a violent sense of beauty. The starting bid for all of them was 500 gold coins. If it was a few hours ago, Yun Sheng and the rest would not be able to afford this amount. Luckily, Yun Sheng's gamble gave them some capital. As Yun Sheng expected, after seeing these magical beasts, most of the people shook their heads non-stop. Even a few experienced warriors and mages could not identify the specific grades of these magical beasts. It was too difficult. Like the other warriors and hunters, Yun Sheng and the rest also carefully and patiently observed each magical beast. From the fur to the claws, and then to the color. The difficulty was too high. After all, when choosing a magical beast, one not only had to look at its grade, but also its corresponding magical attributes. Otherwise, if the attributes did not match or were incompatible, even if one bought a high-grade magical beast, it would be a waste. When they could not identify the specific grades of magical beasts, most of the people unanimously chose a conservative method, which was to choose magical beasts that were larger in size and more ferocious in nature. After all, the world of magical beasts was also incomparably cruel. The more ferocious a magical beast was, the higher its grade. Gufeng, which one do you like? Yun Sheng scanned the magical beasts around them. It's too similar, at first. I thought that leopard was not bad, but when I looked at it, it looked like an ordinary mountain leopard. Gufeng was a typical person who had difficulty making a choice. Asking him to make a choice was undoubtedly more difficult than asking him to attend a combat magic class. That magical leopard with a strong body and a streamlined body was indeed favored by many people, especially those warriors. If this was a level 5 thunder leopard, they could dig out its soul stone and embed it into their weapons or armor. It would bring about a decent increase in attack power. Yun Sheng quietly narrowed her eyes. Shen Nong's pupil, second level, insight, activated. Under the magic cloak, Yun Sheng's pitch-black eyes were quickly covered with a faint layer of gold. Her gaze swept across the bodies of the magical beasts. Under the state of insight, the appearance of the magical beasts was no longer important. The appearance that they used to confuse people's senses also disappeared. What appeared in front of Yun Sheng were flashes of magical elements. These magical elements were of different strengths and weaknesses, and their colors were also colorful. In this colorful sea, Yun Sheng's eyes moved slightly as if she had discovered something. Chapter 114. Just as Yun Sheng was about to use Shen Nong's eye to take a closer look, an unreasonable voice came from behind her. Get out of the way, this young master wants this leopard. A noblewoman was leading a 10-year-old boy, and there were more than 10 warriors behind her. Enemies really do meet on a narrow path. The last ones to arrive at the stone gambling banquet were Yun Sangxue and Tang Yu, this pair of mother and son. After Yun Sheng's attempt to seek refuge at the Marshal Saint General's estate was thwarted, Yun Sangxue had secretly sent people to follow her. After she shook them off, Yun Sangxue did not give up and secretly investigated the whereabouts of Yun Sheng and her father. Yun Sangxue had placed spies in all the restaurants and inns in the city, but could not find Yun Sheng and her father. She thought that the two had already left. She never expected that Yun Sheng had actually entered the Imperial Magic Academy, and at this moment, she was standing in front of her wearing a magic cloak. After Tang Yu's battle pet was killed by Yun Sheng, he sulked in the residence for a few days. In order to appease her precious son, Yun Sangxue asked around in the city and found out that the Wanlong gambling house was having a stone gambling banquet tonight. She coaxed Tang Yu and promised to buy him a high-quality soul stone to embed on his bracers. Tang Yu was a warrior, and he thought that he would soon have a high-quality soul stone to show off everywhere. This was in line with the mentality of a hedonistic son like Tang Yu. Mother, I want that leopard soul stone. Tang Yu's triangular eyes immediately shone with greed when he saw the leopard. Yun Sangxue was a descendant of a general, but she had married early and had been handling the internal affairs of the Yun residence all these years, so she did not know much about magical beasts. She called over a warrior behind her and had him come forward to take a look. Mother, there's no need to look. I heard from the masters in the dojo that it's a rank 5 thunder leopard. Its fur is pitch black, its eyes are like golden bells, and its limbs are long and slender. Look at this leopard, everything matches. It must be a thunder leopard. Tang Yu was not willing to let that warrior go forward. He boasted that his eyes were extraordinary, so he was sure that it was a thunder leopard. Gufeng muttered, "Not every leopard looks like that." Who would have thought that Tang Yu's ears were sharp? Once she heard it, she flew into a rage out of humiliation. "What did you say? Damn fatty!" He angrily took a step forward and was about to beat up Gufeng. He only heard two magic scepters aimed at him. Only then did he see clearly that the three people in front of him were wearing cloaks with the insignia of a sorcerer pinned on them. "What do you want?" "She's just a sorcerer. My grandfather is the Martial Saint General Yun Ba." Tang Yu raised his voice, as if he was the most powerful person in the world. "You, don't talk too much with these lowly people. My son's eyesight is the best. Mother will buy that leopard in a bit." Yun Sangxue looked at the three of them with disdain. Her crude words made her originally beautiful appearance appear even more vulgar. Although the three of them were sorcerers, their cloaks were tattered, and it was obvious that they were the most ordinary sorcerers. These people were like street dogs, very difficult to deal with. Tang Yu spat at the three of them and happily followed Yun Sangxue to choose a magical beast. "Gufeng, don't take it to heart." Yun Xing sighed inwardly. The Yun residence was occupied by this mother and son pair, so it was only a matter of time before it declined. Because of Yun Sangxue, Yun Xing's impression of the Yun residence had already fallen to the bottom. She wanted to teach this mother and son pair a lesson, but they were surrounded by a large number of Yun residence guards, so she couldn't do it for the time being. Seeing that Yun Sangxue and her son were very interested in the leopard, Yun Xing's eyes flashed as she looked at the leopard. Under the cloak, Yun Xing's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Who would have thought that Gu Feng, that brat, had guessed correctly? The difference between a magical beast and an ordinary wild beast was that it had magic elements in its body. Magical beasts of different attributes and ranks also had more and less magic elements. The most popular thunder leopard at the stone gambling banquet didn't have a trace of magic elements in its body. Yun Xing looked at it from inside out. How was that a magical beast? It was clearly a very ordinary mountain leopard with no soul stone in its body. If she bought it, she would really vomit blood. She pretended to walk forward and said, "This magical beast must be very precious. Why don't we participate in the auction and buy it?" She deliberately said this to Gufeng and Qi. Gufeng heard her and shook his head. 500 gold coins is too expensive. Besides, we don't have good eyesight. If it's an ordinary leopard, it'll be terrible. Qi was much smarter than Gufeng. He understood Yun Xing's meaning and walked forward as well. He looked at the magical beast lovingly and said, "I saw someone hunt a thunder leopard in my early years. It looked like this. Pauper, get lost. This leopard belongs to me." Tang Yu was even angrier when he heard that someone wanted to snatch the leopard from him. "Young master, do you know where the soul stone comes from?" Qi wasn't Gufeng. He had a temper that would allow others to poke and flatten him. He smiled sinisterly and exuded a chilling aura. Tang Yu shivered. This mage in a cloak didn't look as strong as him, but once he got close, he felt a chill all over his body, as if he was leaning against a huge ice block. To obtain the soul stone, you need to peel off the skin of the magical beast, cut off pieces of its meat, and then break its bones. Bit by bit, you have to dig it out from the body of the magical beast. Qi's following words seemed to paint a bloody picture in front of Tang Yu. One of the highlights of the stone gambling banquet was the gambling of all kinds of soul stones. But there was another bigger highlight, which was the stone cutting. After the Wandong gambling house sold the magical beast, they would cut it open on the spot. The winner of the auction could directly hand the magical beast over to the Wandong gambling house to be cut open, or they could dissect it themselves. But if they handed it over to the Wandong gambling house to be dissected, they would have to pay an extra 30% of the auction price as the stone cutting fee. Moreover, the Wandong gambling house couldn't guarantee the success of the stone cutting. After all, the higher the level of the magical beast, the harder it was to find the soul stone. The whole process of the stone cutting was very bloody, but it was also something that was hard to see outside. Those who had a weaker tolerance might not be able to bear it on the spot. Qi's cold voice made Tang Yu's limbs go weak for no reason, and he started to tremble without any backbone. Yun Sheng, sounds scary, Gufeng was also scared out of his wits. He didn't expect there to be such a thing after the stone gambling event. Yun Sheng laughed when she heard that. She didn't expect Qi, that little brat, to be full of evil tricks even though he was usually cold on the outside. Looking at Tang Yu's appearance, he was probably scared out of his wits. Let's just watch. Actually, the stone cutting isn't something scary. Yun Sheng stopped watching the show. She didn't forget that she was here today to find a suitable soul stone for Gufeng. Yun Sheng looked around again and was disappointed to find that none of the magical beast's soul stones matched Gufeng's magical attributes. Chapter 115. Retracting her gaze in disappointment, Yun Sheng secretly observed everyone else's actions while Yun Sangxue and her son's attention was on the magical beasts like most of the guests. When entering the stone gambling banquet, Yun Sheng was only paying attention to one person. It was that female summoner and the martial artist's retainer beside her. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to come to the Wanlong Gambling House's stone gambling banquet just for the level 4 or 5 magical beasts. They must have received some news to participate in this stone gambling banquet. Yun Sheng's observation further verified this point. Unlike the others, that female summoner didn't join in the fun to look at the most popular magical beasts. She only checked out the remaining magical beasts that didn't seem outstanding. Her gaze landed on a magical beast. It was a very ordinary wall tortoise. The wall tortoise was a level 4 magical beast. It was the size of a millstone and looked very heavy. Its movements were slow, and other than its strong defense, it didn't have any other advantages. How could such a magical beast attract the attention of a summoner? Could it be that this wall tortoise had something special? Yun Sheng couldn't help but retract her gaze. Shen Nong's eyes flickered. Yun Sheng was slightly stunned when she saw it. She discovered something different under the wall tortoise's thick shell. 2 magical elements. There were actually 2 faintly discernible magical elements on this wall tortoise's body. Although it was very weak, Yun Sheng suspected that there were at least 2 soul stones on that wall tortoise. Could it be that this level 4 magical beast was also a mutated magical beast? The last time at the Dark Moon Mountain Range, the C-class magical beast that Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger encountered was also a mutated magical beast. Mutated magical beasts weren't common on the continent, let alone mutated magical beasts that had 2 soul stones at the same time. That summoner couldn't possibly have Shenong's eyes. She must have some other method to detect this, which was why she looked at the wall tortoise differently. Apart from Yun Sheng's Shenong pupil, which allowed her to determine that the shield tortoise had 2 types of magic elements, the female summoner and the warrior could only vaguely guess that there was something wrong with the tortoise's body. Yun Sheng withdrew her gaze. After a round of selection, the guests had all chosen their ideal magical beasts. Yun Sheng. Do you really want to gamble? Gufeng had a bitter look on his face. He had no clue about this pile of magical beasts. Abandon, what do you think? After the prank just now, Yun Sheng's impression of abandon had skyrocketed. Abandonment didn't answer, but the mischievous look in his eyes when he looked at the leopard made Yun Sheng understand. Since that leopard is so popular, of course we have to support it. As for the others, I'm afraid we won't be able to get them. Yun Sheng carefully glanced at the female summoner and the warrior squire beside her. The stone gambling banquet had begun. As expected, the most popular, fake thunder leopard attracted the most attention. In order to prevent blind bidding, the Wanlong gambling house had made a complete arrangement. Each person could only participate in the bidding for 2 magical beasts at most, and each magical beast could only raise the price 3 times. If the number of times exceeded the limit, the bidding would be considered invalid. More than half of the guests chose to bid for that thunder leopard. Yun Sheng and the other 2 also symbolically bid twice. Although there were many people, in the end, they couldn't resist the wealth of the mother and son from the Marshal St. General's residence. The final price of the 500 gold coins, fake thunder leopard, reached a shocking 15,000 gold coins. After the successful bid, Tang Yu's face was full of joy. Little did he know that he wouldn't even be able to cry later. Further down, the magical beasts in the venue were also auctioned off by different people. The wall tortoise that Yun Sheng and the female summoner were interested in was the third last item to be auctioned off. After more than 10 magical beasts had been auctioned off, there were only about 10 people left who were qualified to bid. Among them were Yun Sheng, who still had one chance to bid, the female summoner, who didn't bid at all, and a few guests who didn't manage to buy the magical beasts they wanted in the previous rounds. When the wall tortoise started bidding, the female summoner directly shouted, 1,000 gold coins. A warrior beside her shouted, 1,500 gold coins. Although they didn't see anything special about the wall tortoise, the female summoner's identity was too special. Everyone else was sure that there was something special about the wall tortoise. As the bidding continued, the price of the wall tortoise also increased, from 1,000 gold coins all the way to 10,000 gold coins. As the bidding continued to increase, there weren't many chances left for the crowd to bid. Even the female summoner had already bid twice and only had one chance left. At this time, Yun Sheng and the other 2 still had one chance to bid. The female summoner's expression also became dignified. A few warriors who were bidding on the side clamored, "This is Zhou State. It's not the Penglai State summoner's turn to touch the magical beasts here. We must get this magical beast." As soon as the voice fell, a sudden rush of energy passed by. Behind the female summoner, the retainer warrior suddenly exerted his strength. With a boom, his fighting spirit was like a flood. The chest of the provocative warrior caved in and his bones made a strange creaking sound. The warrior who was still speaking rudely a moment ago was now paralyzed on the ground like mud. He could only exhale but not inhale. After a series of gasps, Long Hua's expression also changed. So strong. He was definitely a master of the Wu Zun level. You too, killing is strictly prohibited in the Wanlong Casino. Long Hua's expression changed. An astonishing wall of fire surrounded the female summoner and the warrior. Just when the retainer Wu Zun killed the warrior and Long Hua reprimanded him, the female summoner's beautiful face showed a touch of disdain. The summoning ring on her hand fluctuated with magic elements. She had finished chanting the summoning chant. An ice-blue magic array appeared beneath her feet, and the graceful glacier tiger leaped out. It was a rank 5 glacier tiger. Its body was not big, but its whole body flashed with a murderous aura. The glacier tiger leaped over the wall of fire. The wall of fire, which had been burning fiercely like oil, was immediately frozen. The appearance of the glacier tiger calmed the guests down. That was a summoned beast. A real summoned beast. It was not an ordinary war pet. It was a summoned beast that was almost the same as its master. This female summoner came prepared. Her retainer warrior was very strong. She could summon a mid-level or higher summoned beast. She must be a scepter-level summoner. In a place like the Great Zhou country where summoners were rarely seen, the appearance of a real summoner was without a doubt shocking. This person dared to talk back to Master Bing Ling. He deserves to die. Listen, we are people from Penglai. We participated in this stone gambling banquet to find a suitable soul stone. If anyone dares to provoke us again, he will be the best example. The warrior retainer snorted coldly. Penglai. They were actually from Penglai, a country famous for producing summoners. Thank you 36375612, Waning Moon, and Ruashi for your tips. There will be more updates this afternoon. Chapter 116. There were 5 countries and 1 capital in the boundless continent, and each country had its own characteristics. Zhou State was famous for its martial arts, but its martial arts talents had withered in recent years. The martial arts Saint General Yunba was also old, and the country was faintly showing signs of weakening. On the contrary, Penglai, one of the 5 countries, was only a small country in the sea. However, it had quickly gained a foothold among the 5 countries because of the emergence of several legendary summoners who had spread far and wide. The summoners of Penglai were strong not only because their summoners were strong, but also because they had another characteristic. After each summoner's ability was awakened, they would obtain a loyal retainer warrior from the National Martial Arts Center according to the national regulations. This retainer warrior would be inseparable from the summoner. Before the summoner could truly take charge, the retainer warrior would protect him or her with his or her life. In this way, the safety of all summoners from Penglai was greatly guaranteed, and their growth would be particularly fast. There were even rumors that the real power behind Penglai was the current Zhou State. This person died in the Wanlong Casino. I will explain to the Zhou State government. Continue bidding. The female summoner was very arrogant. After this incident, no one dared to bid against the female summoner. In the end, the shield tortoise was bought by the female summoner at the price of 10,000 gold coins. Most of the guests didn't leave, and many people weren't disappointed that they didn't buy a suitable magical beast. After all, there were only 20 magical beasts. Compared to the hundreds of guests, there were too many monks and too little porridge. One of the reasons most people came to the stone gambling banquet today was to stay and see the real climax of the stone gambling banquet, stone cutting. Yun Sheng and the other 2 were no exception. Stone cutting was to take out the most valuable part of the magical beast. The Wanlong Casino would cut the stone. After all, there weren't many people present who were really good at stone cutting. It wasn't expensive to pay 30% more for the stone cutting fee. No one knew where the soul stone grew in the magical beast. Only the most experienced hunters knew how to cut the stone. Who knew that when it was Tang Yu's turn, he shouted loudly, "This young master wants to do it personally." It turned out that he had been frightened by the abandonment just now and felt that he had lost face. He wanted to personally go and open the stone to save his face. Yun Xing snickered in her heart. This Tang Yu really had a pig's brain. He really felt that he hadn't lost enough face. Seeing that their young master was determined to personally cut the stone, the guards of the general's residence carried the leopard to a crystal table used for cutting beasts. Tang Yu held a sharp dagger, and under the guidance of others, she cut open the leopard's skin. The smell of blood rushed up and Tang Yu almost vomited. In order to prove that he was a descendant of a family of generals, Tang Yu forced himself to hold his breath. When the saber went down, other than his internal organs and flesh, there was no soul stone in his mangled chest. Maybe it's in the heart. I've heard that the spirit stones of the leopard family magical beasts are usually in the vital parts. Tang Yu didn't think twice and stabbed the knife in his hand into the leopard's heart. There was a puff. The heart exploded and a pool of blood sprayed onto Tang Yu's face. Tang Yu's mouth and face were covered in blood. His expression was uglier than if he were crying. Yun Tsangxue couldn't keep her face. The guard beside her couldn't stand it anymore and reminded her in a low voice, "Madam, that's just an ordinary leopard. Let the young master not embarrass himself anymore. Are your dog eyes blind? You can't even recognize an ordinary wild beast and a magical beast. What's the point of the general's residence raising you?" Yun Tsangxue slapped him. Tang Yu, that rascal, also jumped down the ladder when he saw it. He cursed, "You blind thing, causing your young master, me, to spend a lot of gold coins to buy a leopard. A leopard and a bumpkin, they really were a match made in heaven." Seeing that the mother and son of the Marshal St. General's residence were so outrageous, pushing all the blame onto the guard even though it was clearly their own fault for misjudging a magical beast and a wild beast. The onlookers at the side couldn't help but shake their heads. Everyone thought in their hearts that it was truly the family's misfortune. Old General Yun Ba's illustrious reputation was without a successor. Tang Yu stood to the side dejectedly. He didn't succeed in his stone gambling, so he naturally thought that others deserved to be unlucky as well. However, the magical beasts that the next few people bought all followed the rules. Under the stone cutting of the Wandong gambling house, they each obtained a few level 3 and level 4 soul stones. Finally, it was the female summoner's wall tortoise's turn. Among magical beasts, tortoises had the strongest defense. That tortoise shell was so hard, what kind of weapon would be used to break it open? That was what everyone present thought. Tortoise magical beasts actually had another characteristic. Not only was their defense strong, especially after a magical beast died, its shell would cool down and become incomparably hard. Only an extremely powerful warrior, or even a magus proficient in lightning, would be able to split it open. Generally speaking, the magical attributes of the summoned beast and the summoner were the same. The female summoner just now had summoned a water-type and ice-type magical beast. She was also a water-type magus. Lady Summoner, I'm sorry to tell you this. We can't guarantee that we can successfully dissect this wall tortoise. Long Hua seemed to have already known that this wall tortoise was difficult to deal with. He didn't wait for the female summoner to speak and directly shirked the responsibility. No matter, I'll deal with it myself. The female summoner seemed to have been prepared. She had killed someone at the Wandong gambling house, so the other party naturally wouldn't treat them kindly. She raised her hand, and there was a bluish-purple round pearl in her hand. The pearl wasn't big, but there was a bluish-purple lightning rune flashing on its body. That bolt of lightning seemed to be alive as it kept pulsating in the pearl. The Thunderbolt Pearl is an intermediate-level magic weapon, the Thunderbolt Pearl. It said that as long as you have the Thunderbolt Pearl, even if you're not a lightning-type magus, you can attract the power of lightning to help you. When the female summoner took out the pearl in her hand, there was an uproar all around. Intermediate-level magic weapon. When Yun Sheng was in the Fire Rock Village, she had been plotted against by Ding Lei with a low-level magic weapon. Low-level magic weapons were much weaker than intermediate-level magic weapons. Intermediate-level magic weapons often contained power that was not lower than intermediate-level magic. Correspondingly, intermediate-level magic weapons were also much more expensive. This pearl called the Thunderbolt Pearl was an intermediate-level magic weapon. It was just that he didn't know why the female summoner took out the Thunderbolt Pearl at this time. The female summoner held the Thunderbolt Pearl in her hand and raised the magic scepter in her hand high. She chanted in a low voice. The pearl floated in the air, and lightning-type magic elements filled the air. A bolt of lightning about the size of an arm broke out of the pearl. The bolt of lightning was like a streak of purple lightning, hitting the back of the wall tortoise. On the incomparably hard wall tortoise shell, a crack appeared under the power of the lightning. 3 consecutive lightning flashes struck the crack with unparalleled accuracy. The sturdy tortoise shell finally broke open, and a soul stone rolled out from within. The female summoner was overjoyed and hurriedly went forward to pick up the soul stone. Chapter 117. Half of the wall tortoise's soul stone was crimson, while the other half was emerald green. It looked like a fine jade, completely different from the ugly appearance of the wall tortoise. The guests present sighed. Some sighed, some regretted, and some coveted it. At this moment, everyone knew that the female summoner had obtained a precious fire and wind dual soul stone. Dual soul stones were considered one of the most precious types of soul stones. One soul stone contained 2 magic elements at the same time. There was only a 1 in 100,000 chance that a mutated magical beast could produce a dual soul stone. The female summoner was wild with joy. She felt that the 10,000 gold coins she had spent earlier was well worth it. Although everyone coveted and envied her, no one dared to make a move. Not to mention the power of the Wandong gambling house, the strength that the female summoner had displayed earlier made them not dare to have any improper thoughts. Just as the female summoner was rejoicing, Yunxing acutely sensed that a trace of mockery floated in the eyes of the master magician called Longhua. Crack. There was an extremely soft sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the red and green dual soul stone shattered. She had thought that she was clever and used the power of lightning to split open the hard shell of the wall tortoise to obtain the soul stone. However, the power of lightning had also passed through the wall tortoise and acted directly on the soul stone. It was expected that the soul stone would be split in half. The smile on the female summoner's lips instantly froze on her face. Her face turned green and purple. Damn it! You already knew that the power of lightning would damage the dual soul stone. The female summoner's joy turned into anger. She changed her face faster than flipping a book. She was furious and questioned Longhua. Guest, please watch your words. I respect you as a guest, so I won't pursue the matter of you injuring people earlier. However, if you repeatedly offend the dignity of the Wandong gambling house, then don't blame us. Then don't blame my Wandong gambling house for being impolite. Longhua was a fire element magician, so his temper was naturally not good. He revealed a mouthful of white teeth and waved his hand. Then, 4 tall warriors stepped forward. Their muscles looked like they were made of cement, and their eyes were bright. Each and every one of them was a martial venerable. The individual strength of the 6 of them might not be comparable to the female summoner's retainer warriors, but the 4 of them were of the same height, and their movements were also exactly the same. It was clear that they were warriors who had undergone special training. This kind of cultivator was good at group battles. When they worked together, their strength far surpassed that of an ordinary martial saint. What was even more eye-catching was the martial artist robes worn by the 4 martial artists. They were all light gold martial artist robes with the 2 words martial profound tattooed on their arms. They were actually martial artists from the number 1 martial arts dojo in Zhou State, Martial Profound Celestial Pole Dojo. Speaking of the Martial Profound Heaven's Extreme House, there was no one in Zhou State who did not know about it. Even on the mainland, it was one of the top martial arts schools. Although the Imperial Magic Academy was the largest magic academy in Zhou State, its status was far inferior to the martial arts hall. The history of Wuxia Limitless School was much longer than that of the Magic Academy, especially in Zhou State, which was founded on martial arts. The martial artists taught by the dojo were all over the mainland. There were even many martial artists from other countries who came from Wuxia Limitless School. Who would have thought that there would be people from Wuxia Limitless School in the Wanlong gambling house? Bing Ling, Wuxia Limitless School is not to be trifled with. The female summoner's retainer warrior whispered in her ear. He alone could barely fight one of the martial saints alone. If the 4 of them worked together with the master magician Longhua, it would be hard to say who would win. This was Zhou State's territory, so they did not dare to be too rash. The female summoner was so angry that the soul stone in her hand exploded into ice crystal powder. She left with the retainer warrior. The wall shield tortoise that had been split open by the thunder pearl was thrown on the ground. It was a rank 4 magical beast. If not for the twin soul stone in it, the female summoner would not have taken a fancy to that rank 4 magical beast. As for the remaining magical beasts, one of them was an ordinary wild beast without a soul stone. The other one had a rank 3 soul stone. Tonight's stone-cutting banquet was over. Some of the guests were satisfied, some were disappointed. They all left with different moods. Yunxing did not leave. She waited until most of the people had left before walking in front of manager Longhua. Just as Longhua was about to order people to carry away the corpses of the magical beasts that had been thrown at the scene, he suddenly saw a magician walk up to him. He recognized that this magician had come together with the Royal Academy student named Abandoned, who was part of the Wanlong Guards. Although Abandoned had not been at the Wanlong gambling house for long and did not speak much, he had not even spoken to manager Longhua. However, he was efficient and never slacked off. He had a good reputation. Since he had come with Abandoned, he must be a student of the Royal Academy. However, the stone gambling banquet had already ended. What did this student want to do by coming forward? Manager Long, I want to buy that wall shield tortoise. Yun Sheng had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She was really afraid that the female summoner would take the body of the wall shield tortoise away. Guest, you should have already seen that the body of the wall shield tortoise has already been dissected. Its soul stone has already shattered. This carcass is not worth much. Although Longhua was the manager of the Wanlong gambling house, he was very sincere in his dealings with people. He had also taken note of Yun Sheng and the rest earlier on. They had not really participated in the bidding and had only competed with young Master Tang Yu of the Yun residence a few times. It could be seen that they were not from the imperial family or the young masters and young mistresses of wealthy merchants in the Imperial Academy. Manager Long, I only bid twice just now. According to the rules of the Wanlong gambling house, as long as I have not left the gambling house, I am a guest here. The stone gambling banquet has not truly ended. This wall shield tortoise may not have any value to others, but to me, it has an extraordinary meaning. Although Yun Sheng was wearing a magic cloak, Longhua could not see her expression clearly. However, from her unusually bright eyes and firm tone, an aura that was completely different from her age and identity was revealed. This aura affected Longhua imperceptibly. Longhua could reject Yun Sheng, but what she said was not wrong. What a guest wanted to buy was indeed not the gambling house's business. Yun Sheng had not left the gambling house yet, so she did have one more chance to bid. Longhua could not help but suspect that Yun Sheng had already planned this beforehand. She had held back from bidding until the female summoner had failed to retrieve the stone and left the Wanlong gambling house on bad terms. Only then did she propose her own deal. However, how could she have guessed that the female summoner would definitely fail to retrieve the stone? Could it be that she had such a terrifying shrewdness at such a young age? All sorts of guesses emerged in Longhua's mind. Just as he was guessing, Yun Sheng, who was standing in front of him, did not move. The pair of dark eyes under the magic cloak were as firm as ever. However, this also made him even more curious. He wanted to know how exactly Yun Sheng was going to deal with this wall shield tortoise. This level 4 tortoise beast had troubled the Wanlong gambling house for a long time. Alright, I agree to sell this wall shield tortoise to you. However, I have a request. You must tell me how you want to deal with this wall shield tortoise. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.